Alright, ladies and gents, as ever, my name is Shane, that's Shane's Games, and tonight we're going to be playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Originally for the Nintendo DS, we are playing the Android version with a fan translation. This won't be our first time playing it, so if you want to see how we got to where we are tonight, or check out some of the games I've played in the past, be them obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, feel free to check out my YouTube channel, but for tonight, let us go ahead and get into the game, shall we? Hey, Relentlessly, welcome in, how are you doing today? So a quick catch-up. This case has been a complex one that takes place partially in the past, partially in the present. In the past, we've been learning about Edgeworth's dad, who's right there, his final case as a defense attorney, in which he was trying to clear a pastry chef in the middle of a pastry baking competition of a murder charge, which he clearly didn't do. And in the present, Edgeworth has been also investigating what happened during that case, but while he's been doing that, all of the principals from the original case 18 years ago have gathered together again, and now there's more murders happening, which adds some more urgency to the whole thing. So, let's see where we're gonna go today. I think this is gonna start at the very end of the last case. Yeah, because that's the autosave, not the hard save. My bad. Malkill, welcome in. How are you doing today, Malkill? Hope you're having a good weekend. April 2nd, 2:10 p.m., Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. And that's all Uncle Ray knows about the IS-7 incident. So that's what happened in my father's last case. The truth of the IS-7 incident. What happened at the trial? In the end, Von Karma defeated us. Huh? So you couldn't prove Mr. Master's innocence? We gathered plenty of evidence to prove it. But Von Karma was even more despicable than we thought. He was a prosecutor who would do anything for his guilty verdict. That's right, and he really did use any means necessary. Because of this, the trial dragged on for about a year until it finally reached a conclusion. I'll never forget that fateful day when the judgment was passed down, 28th of December. It's April now, so it's been a little over 17 years. How time flies. The 28th of December, 17 years ago. I was watching from the gallery that day. Before the trial, your old man noticed that Mr. Master was acting strangely. He was at the breaking point, both mentally and physically. He wanted to be found guilty. No, Mr. Masters didn't fake a confession, did he? Yeah, that was what Von Karma was aiming for from the start. When your old man tried to expose the fact that the body hadn't been found, Von Karma used the power of his police cronies to quash that argument. He even went as far as to prepare a fake autopsy report. Then, they made Mr. Masters give a false testimony and confess to being an accomplice. With Mr. Masters' confession, the situation quickly became dire. But your old man had a trump card up his sleeve. They mentioned that before, I'm curious what it was. Relentlessly having some issues with your laptop's fan? Ooh, geez. Hopefully getting cleaned out with some canned air helps. If not that, one other thing you can try is 10W40 makes a product called Contact Cleaner that's good for lubricating electronics. You might want to give that a shot as well. So if I make typos, it's because I'm on mobile. I hate Twitch chat on mobile. I'm so sorry. Glad to have you with us, though, Relentlessly. Was that the trump card he was talking to Detective Bad about? Yeah, that trump card was to be our insurance in case Mr. Master confessed. He'd asked Detective Bad to have Mr. Master's interrogation recorded. Detective Bad wanted to know the truth too, huh? After he was dropped from the investigation, he never stopped caring about the case. Even when he was involved with other large cases, he really was the definition of a true detective. Excuse me. The defense presented the recording, which proved that the confession was forced. Well, seems the detective in charge of the initial investigation and interrogation, Rip Lacer, took all the blame and was charged and dismissed. Still, at the trial, your old man exposed Von Karma's corruption. Von Karma received his first penalty from the then chief prosecutor. The only penalty in his 40 years of prosecution. However, Mr. Master didn't want the trial to continue any longer. And the curtains closed on the trial that day with the verdict of guilty. My memory of that time is fuzzy, but I was also there watching my father's final trial. And I think his final regret became my own. I know how that is relentlessly. At least while you're here hanging out for a little while, you don't need to think about that. Hopefully I can help you unwind a little bit from that. Hey Wookie, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Rip Lacer, but I hardly know her. Oh. Your old man wanted a retrial to prove Master's innocence, but passed on before he could fulfill his wish. After getting entangled in another case. Breaks my heart even now that I didn't return home with him that day. And what's more, to blind myself from my own worthlessness. Uncle Ray put all of his hatred on you as a traitor for being Von Karma's pupil. I'm sorry. Don't be. It's natural you would hate me. After I became a prosecutor, I was able to get Von Karma to show me the case file. Mr. Master was found guilty for the murder of Isaac Dover. Eh? That's not right. Wasn't Mr. Master found guilty of being an accomplice? But this case file says guilty of murder. There shouldn't be anything unresolved in the cases handled by Manfred Von Karma. Wait, can I take a look at that file? Looks like the charges have been rewritten. What? Look at this. Jeffrey Master, 39, creator of the dessert contest. The victim's body was found inside a dessert made by the suspect. This led to his arrest. In jail, he was diagnosed with hypoglycemia, and he was treated by medicine. After his own confession, he was convicted as an accomplice to the murder. Charges accomplice to murder? This is a copy of the original case file I received from the courts. The hell's going on here? Why would the charge be altered? This file was given to you by Von Karma, right? Maybe he just didn't want you to know the truth since you're Gregory's son. You would have wanted to avoid another retrial before the statute of limitations ran out after all. So what I had come to believe back then had all been a lie. And if you did know about it, just make sure you... If you didn't know about it, just make sure you know about it from now on. The statute of limitations is long expired, but the truth still sleeps, right here. After your old man passed away, Uncle Ray took over as Mr. Master's defense attorney. Although Von Karma also had another prosecutor take over the case. Perhaps he thought that since his opponent was a rookie, he didn't even need to turn up. In the end, the real killer was never found. Mr. Masters was found guilty. No! Is there nothing we can do, even now? Since the killer was never found, he can't withdraw his confession. Found out after the trial that Mr. Master made a deal with Von Karma because Von Karma had threatened him. If you don't confess, Catherine Hall will be held under the same charges. That's terrible! I don't think Mr. Master really thought that Kate was the killer, but to protect her, he faked a confession. Miles, on the day that Knightley Boy was killed, why do you think Uncle Ray was at the prison? Ah, I see! You went to see Mr. Master, didn't you? I said I'd visit him every day. Couldn't keep that promise, but I asked Katie Pie to look in on what I couldn't. Through rain or snow, she went. Every single day without fail. But nothing's changed, and Mr. Master still serves his punishment. That's so sad. Isn't there anything we can do? That's why I came here. 'Cause I knew those ice sculptures would be on display here today. So, what are you gonna do, Miles? I am a prosecutor. My position is different from yours and my father's. Miles. But, moving past my position, what I want as Miles Edgeworth is to know the truth of these two cases. It is for that reason that I am here. You really are your father's son. Well then, if that's what you've decided, I'll support you all the way. I'd better leave the IS-7 documents and evidence with you then. Alright, here are the documents. By the way, the parts in orange are Uncle Ray's old notes. Alright, I'll have to check those out in a sec. Mentally, I'm the scene from Totoro where the younger sister is laying face down in the mud and pouring rain. Very relatable. Let's see, Lee, welcome in. How are you doing today, Lee? Hope you're doing good. And yes, that is true. Not just the spinning that can be bad, but if your fan is a magnetic-driven fan, then, yeah, as Rin says, it can actually build up a reverse charge, which is dangerous too. Hope you're doing good, Lee. Glad to have you with it. All right. Thank you. Now, here's the IS-7 evidence. There's a lot, so make sure to look it over when you investigate. Received a lot of IS-7 evidence from Mr. Shields. Right. I'll check through it later. Anyway, there are so many strange things about this case. Indeed. Those involved in the case 18 years ago have reunited, and another incident occurs. Replicas of the statues from 18 years ago were displayed in the Winter Palace, and poison gas was released in the Autumn Palace, which had been disguised as the Winter Palace. The two chemicals in the Pisces case, normalium and fatalium, were mixed, causing an outbreak of poison gas. The victim of the poison gas was Dane Gustavia, person involved in the IS-7 incident. Because he was unconscious, he received treatment in the Zodiac Art Gallery's infirmary. Finally, the dead body found floating in the fountain, which I don't believe has been identified yet. And once again, the ice sculptures have melted. There are deep connections between the two cases. It's possible there are still some clues left from 18 years ago. Right, let's get started! Oh, god damn it. Just 1 second. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me. Didn't I tell you that I'm the one in charge of this case? Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you intend to continue disrupting Sebastian's investigation, the word guilty will be added to your PIC report. What does she mean, guilty? Please allow me to assist in your investigation as before. Glass telephone, welcome in, so say we all. Alright, Lee, have a good trip, and thanks for stopping in. The best, more like the dumbest. Hey, Seamus. You have a fantastic rest, Seamus. I hope you're having a good weekend so far, and we'll see you around. I appreciate your proposal, but I'm afraid I must overrule it. That was fast. Even though we're short on hands to identify the victim right now, it's only a matter of time until we figure it out. In that case, I shall take that load off your shoulders at once. Regarding the identity of the unidentified body, one person comes to mind. I'm gonna save. Really? Then tell us. Very well. It's not just the sculptures that have made a comeback from that incident 18 years ago. The body in the fountain is... Wait a sec, no, that couldn't be. I have a thought, but like, this is so insane. It can't actually be this, right? Like, it can't be, right? Whenever Ace Attorney character says we know, so yeah, I'm just like, do we? Are we sure? You might know, I don't know if I do. Hey, Fallalls, welcome in. How are you doing today? I mean, they never found the body 18 years ago. I don't know how he's still intact after 18 years, unless they were, you know, although they do have freezer facilities on site.
Take that.
It's likely that the identity of the body is the victim of the murder that occurred here 18 years ago. Isaac Dover. Huh? It's Icy's body? Hey, who's that? I never heard of him. Mr. Isaac Dover, truly great sculptor. But he was better known as Pierre Hoquet. Sculptures on display here in the museum are all his creations. So in other words, that sculptor was the best. Somehow I feel strong kinship to him. And he was the victim in the IS-7 incident. She knew about the IS-7 incident? Prosecutor Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident occurred 18 years ago. And what's more, the police reported the removal of the body. That's what's on the record, but I wonder if that really is the truth. What are you saying? The defense attorney in the IS-7 incident claimed that the body was never found. Not that the prosecution would ever admit to such a thing. Oh? Really? Is something wrong, Sebastian? No, it's just they said that they know who the victim is. It's just as that prosecutor says. It's Dover. No, it can't be. See, my father's suspicions were correct. What is it, Judge Courtney? Have you finally realized that I'm much more helpful than Mr. DeBest? Hey, you! Are you trying to steal the best position for yourself? I'm doing no such thing. I just want to know the truth. Balls, your PC died at some point last night, so it's in the PC hospital. Alright, hopefully it's nothing too major. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. And for that to happen, we need to cooperate, no? Truth is none of your concern.
Objection.
I don't think that's true, Courtney Pie. You again. Uncle Ray assisted the defense attorney involved in the IS-7 incident. The one who claimed that Mr. Dover's body was never found. Prosecution denied it at the time, but now the body's been discovered here. In other words, the IS-7 investigation was unjust. And isn't it the duty of the PIC to investigate corrupt prosecutors? Then, wouldn't you want to cooperate with those who were involved in the case? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Now that I think about it, Judge Courtney knew about the IS-7 incident. So it would seem she really is here because of the PIC. Even if you're related to the incident, I don't see how Prosecutor Edgeworth is. He's the son of the attorney in that case, and a prosecutor taught by Von Karma himself. And what's more, he was in the audience at the IS-7 trial. I'm sure there are many points he can enlighten us on. Very well, I will allow you to cooperate. However, your investigation must not hinder the other investigators. The Winter Palace is currently being investigated, but the fountain patio is open to you. That's my Courtney Pie! Now we're talking! As thanks, I will allow you to have a hug with Uncle Ray. Overruled. If I feel your cooperation isn't needed, I will have to ask you to leave. Understood. Isn't that great, Miles? Now we can start investigating. You really helped us there. Uncle Ray did it all for himself. Alright, Uncle Ray is going to investigate too, so let me know if you figure something out. Got it. Right then. Okay, let's begin the investigation. Okay, let's do this! We still don't know where Mr. Dover's body and the Normalium were hidden. We don't have enough information to go on. You're right. Our first priority is the Normalium. Well, Normalium is used in washing detergents, paints, and the like. I recall, it's a red liquid with a minty aroma. That is correct? Well then, let's get looking for that Normalium. Alright, I can already see some differences in the art gallery from the last time we saw it in the past, so we're gonna have to check out everything that changed. Probably everything, period. It's a statue of a brave warrior fighting a snake. Was this also made by Pierre Hoquet? It appears to be one of his early works when he was enamored with fantasy and myths. The statue represents his heroic resolution to oppose hopeless difficulties in his youth. The title is The Math Test. I know that feeling all too well. That's incredibly dramatic. Wow. It's a statue. Oh no, it's the same thing? I was looking at the angel right there. There's statues of a couple in Roman costume. Are these by Pierre Hoquet too? I think these were made in the middle years of his life at the height of his fame. He modeled them after Roman gods at the request of his beloved wife. The piece is entitled Venus, the Goddess of Beauty, and Her Manservant. I think it's obvious who wore the pants in that relationship. Alright, what do we got over here? Sculptures of a man with the face of a moon and a woman with the face of a sun. The man looks kind of gloomy though. Were these also made by Pierre Hoquet? Yes, seems he made these in his youth when he was enthralled with the stars. The piece likens the relationship between the moon and the sun to something closer to home. The piece is entitled My Parents. I think we know who wore the pants in that marriage. On the service cart, Ms. Hall is prepared her tea set. According to the pamphlet, the museum is also famous for its tea. Yes, certainly had a flavorful, rich taste. Seems this tea set was also made by Mr. Dover. Oh, so the tea set was made by the victim. Let's take a closer look. Well, we've already seen the tea set back in the past. So this tea set was made by Isaac Dover. Fancy stuff, huh? Okay, I'd say this tea set is worth thousands of dollars. Please be careful with it. Huh? This tea set is such a treasure? Please don't look so excited. If I recall correctly, Miss Hall was a huge fan of Mr. Dover. Alright. Hey, Edgy! What is it? Be careful with that teapot! Why must I be warned by him of all people? Madam and messieurs, would you care for some tea? Miss Hall. Katie! No, I'm fine, thanks. Kay and Edgy, you guys can have some. Well, since you asked, we might as well take a short break. Certainly. Hey, Chinanan, welcome in. How are you doing today, Chinanan? Hope you're doing good. Thanks for the tea. Wow, it's so tasty. What kind of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon tea, known for its citrus aroma. However, Miss Hall, is this the same tea you served us this morning? Yes, that's right. Was it not to your liking? No, it's not that. The tea we had this morning had a slightly different aroma. How strange. It is the same Ceylon tea I served this morning. There shouldn't be anything different about it. What's wrong with you, Edgy? Quit nitpicking about the tea Katie so kindly prepared for you. Larry, what are you getting so upset about? I'm not upset. You're just being a rude jerk. And I told you to call me Maurice. Sheesh, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. It's like arguing with a child. Maurice? Wonder what's wrong? I'd like to ask him that later myself. And I also need to speak with Ms. Hall. I don't have any evidence that shows she is the culprit, but dare say she is the one who set up the poison gas trap. Alright, can we look at the tea itself? There's a container with Ceylon tea leaves inside it. To prevent exposure to sunlight and moisture, the container is airtight and made of tin. This should help preserve the quality of the tea leaves. It's just a poison, it'll do that. A little bit of a tang in the background there. Rin! Alright, can we look at the card itself? Is that anything? There's not a single stain on this pure white tablecloth. Take hold of the edge and focus your mind. Then in one go, pull! Okay, I hope you're not planning to do anything bad. No, don't worry. Even if I fail, the tablecloth would just be dyed a nice black a la tea. The tablecloth looks better white. Please refrain from changing it. I wonder about that. It might look better another color, like pink or blue. Or tea. Edgeworth is going to have the biggest bill. Let's see, wait, falls. In the little courtyard here, we have two giant Blackstone grills. They were nice and seasoned. They hired a new maintenance man and he cleaned them. Oh no. Gonna make burgers? Guess it's stovetop burgers? Oh jeez. That's really unfortunate. Still, burgers is burgers. I hope you have, I hope you enjoy it. There's statues of a couple in Roman costume. Are these by Pierre Hoquet too? I think these were made in the middle years of his life at the height of his fame. He modeled them after the Roman gods at the request of his... Is that the same thing? They're not the same statues. That's weird. What is that on the floor? The smell and this color. Don't tell me this is a puddle of tea. Huh? There's a piece of pottery in the middle of the puddle. I wonder what broke. I recognize the design. I should probably show this to that man and see what he has to say. Larry broke the irreplaceable teacup. Oh my god. He was hired to clean, he cleaned. Yeah, there's not too much you can do about that, I suppose. Alright, so let's see what we've got right now. Here's the IS-7 case. Let's see, the statute of limitations ran out on December 24th, 3 years ago. Let's see, because the victim's body vanished, there appears to be no autopsy report. Is that the true reason? Alright. We've got the art gallery pamphlet. We saw that before. Hey, Val! Welcome in, Val. How are you doing today? How was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me everything. And for anybody from Val's stream that doesn't know me, my name is Shane. That's Shane's Games. I play the obscure, the unusual, and the nostalgic. And today we are playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Originally for the DS, we are playing the Android version. Alright, so... let's see, we got a bunch of the old evidence here. I recognize all that stuff now. Alright. We can check out the teapot again, though I already know about the symbol on the bottom. And we can check out that shard right there. Let's see, was playing more Rise of the Ronin, unleashing my inner weeb. How are you liking that game, and how's it going for you? I would love to hear. All right. I think that should be everything. Yep, all right. Is there anything else we need to look at around here? This lift trolley has been left here. I wonder if it was used recently to carry something heavy. The surface of the platform appears to be wet. I remember seeing this lift trolley someplace before. You mean during the IS-7 incident? Ah, that's right, I remember now. It was in Dover's room. If I remember correctly, it was used to transport the ice sculptures. The lift trolley has a feature that allows you to adjust the height and angle of the platform. With just one of these, a single person could move the sculptures all by themselves. Wow, how convenient! I want one too! Why is there a lift trolley here? Is that something we'll need to think about? Yes, could be related to the case. All right. On the shelf are trophies commemorating Isaac Dover's work as Pierre Hoquet. Truly was a first-rate artist. There are quite a number of trophies lined up here. I remember you have some trophies too, Mr. Edgeworth. I would love to have some too, if only there were a contest for thieves. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? We could hold one at the prosecutor's office. I don't mind you holding a contest, but all the participants would be arrested. Which doesn't sound very fun, personally. All right. Really good buy for 18 years of use. Holy crap, yeah, that's all, especially for something that carries that much weight. That is fantastic. So the tea smelled a little bit different from this morning. And we know that Normalium has a minty aroma. Is that what Edgeworth is smelling? Could it be mint? Nope. It is not mint. Thought I was onto something there. Let's see. Comment's fun usually. Story takes place in the late 1800s when the US and UK were trying to open up relations with Japan, and the shogunate were fighting to stay in power, relevant in more modern times. Very interesting historical period right there. So that is very cool. All right, time to talk to Larry. Talk about embarrassment. Larry, tell me what you're hiding. Yeah, you too. Stop glaring at each other like that. I'm not glaring, Kay. I'm using my artist perspective. Edgy's the one who's glaring. Then, if you know what's good for you, you'll tell me what you're hiding right now. No way, dude! Didn't I say I'm not talking to you anymore? Aren't you talking to me right now? From now on, I'm definitely not talking to you anymore. I'm not going to get anywhere like this. It's like I'll have to force it out of him. Larry, what are you hiding? Hey, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This isn't the time to be playing around, you know? I wasn't playing around. Still, it looks like Loris won't be talking anytime soon. He isn't going to talk to us willingly. I'll just have to force him to talk. I may just have something on what he's hiding. I should present that to him and see what he says. Yeah, let's do it. All right, Larry. What does this look like to you? Larry, take a look at this. Ah, what's that? Larry, I've got a feeling that what you're hiding is related to the tea and the pottery shard. Well, if you're going to talk to me, I can't... If you're not going to talk to me, I can just hand this shard over to Judge Courtney. Wait, I'm trying to keep a clean image for Dusty. I don't want her to see how I've dirtied myself. Can't imagine what part of you can be considered clean, but if you don't want her to declare you guilty, I suggest you speak truthfully now. I got it. I'll tell you. Larry, it's time you confess to what you've done. How can you be so cruel to your best friend? Same way you can be so dishonest to your best friend. Thank you! Thank you, someone, for saying it. Oh my god. I've been waiting a very long time for that. Chess, meat check! Feel that Larry's mind is clean of all rational thought, head empty, no thoughts. Well, you can stop glaring at me. I promise to tell the truth this time for sure. I just thought I'd pour Justy some tea. But my hand kind of slipped a bit and it broke. I accidentally broke the crazy expensive teapot. The butts strikes again. Why am I not surprised? Oh boy. You really done it this time, Maurice. What should I do, Edgy? Katie, you'll hate me! Crying to me about it won't solve anything. First, you should apologize to Ms. Hall. Is that so? My teapot was... Katie, I'm so sorry! I don't have any money, but I'll draw as many portraits of you as you like. Please kindly raise your head, monsieur. It is I who should apologize. I didn't notice the broken shards. It's dangerous, so I'll tidy up the broken pieces. Allow me to take this piece from you as well. Wasn't this tea set one of Isaac Dover's works? I heard that it was very important to you. Yes, but there's no use crying over spilled tea. Besides, I still have another one of those teapots left. She's not as attached to Dover's works as she used to be. Katie, you're so kind. Oh, that other teapot you were talking about, is it the one in the cart? Yes. Truth is, when I was trying to hide the broken shards, I looked under that cart. And I found a teapot that looked exactly the same, so I switched them. Really? So that teapot that Larry switched from the carts is the one that Edgeworth said tasted a little bit different from this morning. Interesting. Yeah, everything's cool now. I took great care to make sure no one would break that pot. You don't brag about that when you were the one who broke it in the first place. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mind. Thank you for your consideration. Angie, Katie is a really nice lady, isn't she? You should reflect on how you cause trouble for people like her. Okay, when I make it big as an artist, I'm gonna donate paintings. In fact, I'll even welcome you as my own personal model. I think it'd be better if you just stopped causing trouble. I hope you haven't done anything else. I haven't! I just stood around sketching beauties! Sketching beauties? If you're interested, I can let you take a peek. I guess even Mr. Edgeworth is interested in beauties. It's not like that. Just thought it might be another one of his strange paintings. How dare you! I'm very confident in my work this time. Ooh, I want to see too. Oh, I'm glad you're so honest about it, Kay. I'll get ready, so come on, check it out later. I guess I'll have him show it to me later. Let's see, let me get caught up on Shed here. Larry, we're only being mean to you because you're a useless lying stack of shit. Literally just that reason. Oh my god. What a whimsically creepy way to put it. Yeah, that's a little weird. About that sketch you mentioned just now. What? If you wanted to see my art, you should have been honest about it from the start. Look, here it is. What is this? I told you, it's a sketch of beauties. Ah, but just to be clear, the beauties only refers to Justine and Katie. That other plump lady has nothing to do with that. Then why did you draw her on the same page? Well, I was taking a break from my still life paintings when those beauties caught my eye. I guess I just drew them on the same page without thinking. So you're saying that the pictures on this page were each drawn separately? Huh? Oh yeah, I may have drawn them at different times. By the way, there's a drawing of the beautiful little Miss K on another page. Wow, beautiful, huh? Thanks. Larry, you drew this exactly as you saw it, correct? Well, yeah, even I can't draw what I can't see. I recreated the scene perfectly, even the delicate shades. Delicate shades, huh? I don't want to admit it, but this picture might be of help to the investigation. Contents of this sketch and the service card in the fountain patio. It seems there is a contradiction between the two. I need to expose this contradiction using my powers of deduction. Could I borrow this sketch for a while? Sure, I can even sign it for you if you like. I think I'll pass. Alright. Some interesting facets to that painting there. Let's see if I can take a closer look at it. So there's some weirdness happening here. Namely, what is she pulling out of the fountain here? And why is there no tea on the tea cart? Interesting, interesting. I'm annoyed that Larry is an objectively irritating person, but he has actual art chops. Not only that he has actual art chops, but his art chops somehow keep coming in handy for the cases. It's maddening. All right. Emperor, congrats on the duel win there. All right. And yeah, the cart is wet as promised. And there's that raising and lowering mechanism they talked about. All right, so save again. And then we'll go back into logic. All right, so the tea had a different flavor now as from this morning, but now we know that Larry switched the teapots. Maybe the reason why the Ceylon tea smelled different was because the pots had been switched. Eh, really? The taste of the tea itself did not actually change after all. Let's go ask Miss Hall about it in more detail. Miss Hall? Was the reason why the Ceylon tea smelled different is because the pots were switched? Yes, that's certainly possible. Had a fresh minty aroma, not like that of uva tea. Ah, I remember now. I prepared some mint tea yesterday. I'm sure that the aroma just happened to remain in the teapot. Is that really all there is to it? The tea had a minty aroma, but we know something else that has a minty aroma. Also, yes, holy shit, clean your teapots. Especially after you make mint tea, because that stuff is powerful. A minty aroma was emanating from the pot Larry had replaced. Miss Hall said the aroma was left over from the mint tea she prepared yesterday. Indeed. She seemed less surprised to find out that Larry broke the teapot. More surprised by the fact that the pots had been switched. That's right. Normally it would have been in reverse. A broken teapot is much more shocking. He was probably trying to hide this teapot. Hide the pot? One of the characteristics of normalium is a minty aroma. There's a possibility that she was hiding normalium inside this teapot. What? Inside the pot? It is only a possibility for now, but it is worth investigating. Mr. DeBest, I assume you haven't found the Normalium yet? Huh? Oh. I've had the entire art museum searched, but I haven't received any reports yet. And what about you? Don't you have any ideas? Only one. I knew it. Nobody but me would be able to find it. Wait, what? You have an idea where it is? Indeed. Then tell me. It may have been in this teapot that Ms. Hall had used. Oh, this teapot is pretty nice. It would make the perfect present for the best prosecutor. It's not a present, it's an important piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence. Then I guess I'll have forensics take a look at it. I guess. Hey, Malicor, welcome in. How are you doing today, Malicor? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, she's certainly looking like a killer today, isn't she, Malicor? Oh, Monsieur Edgeworth. Is there something wrong with the teapot I used? This teapot has a minty aroma to it. It's the same aroma as one of the two chemicals used to create the poison gas. Monsieur Edgeworth, surely you don't mean... You suspect me of having set off the poison gas? I do. Setting up the poison gas trap in the Autumn Palace would have required some preparation. As the curator of this museum, you're the only one who could have prepared it in advance. I wonder about that. Preparations for the opening of the museum took about a week. And I received help from both outsiders and Madame Delicia. I think there are people besides me who also were suspicious. Of course, Delicia is also under scrutiny. Furthermore, I don't even know how to create something like poison gas. Even if you found Normalium in my teapot, there's no way I could have prepared the poison gas. I wonder about that. Malicor? That is a hell of a dress, I'll say that. Well then, I look forward to hearing the analysis results of the teapot. Her excuse is that she doesn't know how to prepare the poison gas. Must find a way to shatter that excuse. Alright. See if we can talk to Delicia, see what she's got to say now. Adding two things together is far too complicated. Oi, how's the investigation coming along? Have you found anything? Hoi, not quite actually. We haven't found any clues yet. You're doing it wrong. Hoi is only used when you're showing someone something. Also, yesy is used to confirm and is also a greeting. Eep is used when you're afraid. Like, afraid of that character sprite right there? Because holy crap, that is some ring shit right there. Rose and Camellia, it does seem like that like old style of dress with the flowers, I think. Fi is used when you don't like something. Oi is used when you're calling someone. I see. I didn't know it was that deep. Oi, oi, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you catch all that? Hey, be more serious. Yeah, see? Hey, Kitsabine, welcome in. How are you doing today? We've recovered the victim's body. Forensics are currently performing the autopsy. And what of the investigation of the fountain? The fountain is completely clear. You can cleanse both your heart and soul with it. Body was floating in this fountain just a moment ago, though. Yeah, that's pretty gross, actually. Miss Hall, where have you been till now? I was showing the remaining guests out and handing out complimentary gifts as an apology. Did you require my services? Yes. There are a few things I want to ask you about. My suspicions are correct. She's the one who set up the poison gas trap. Customizable heraldry, that's pretty classy. How exactly did you prepare the melted sculptures from 18 years ago? My, so you know what happened 18 years ago? It's because 18 years ago, I photographed Monsieur Dover's sculptures. Using the photos as a base, I managed to create replicas. Replicas? The Zodiac sculptures had been an unfinished work, so I wanted to complete it somehow. Because I am the one who accidentally melted Monsieur Dover's sculptures. And could you tell me why the Autumn Palace resembles the Winter Palace so much? Well, my apologies. Did they really look so alike? I think I may have gotten some of the decorations mixed up. She's obviously lying. But I haven't gathered any evidence to prove that yet. Alright, we'll have to come back later then. Ah, the classic Tactics Ogre feel. I played the Super Nintendo Tactics Ogre a couple times back in the day. A Blockbuster event of all things. Mr. DeBest, you're getting a bit in my way if you stand here. I'm not going to move. Just do what you can over there. Don't say that. It's probably the best if you just stand over there. The best, you say? Okay, I'll go stand over there. Anything is fine as long as you add the best to it. I feel that your conduct thus far has clearly been out of line. I will make sure to bring this matter up to the PIC. Do whatever you want. But in return, we're going to be doing whatever we want as well. If I remember correctly, you're the Little Miss Great Thief. I will have to report your misconduct to the PIC as well, young lady. Sure, since it only served to increase my fame as the Great Thief. And even Judge Courtney is unable to get a handle on Kay. Usually attack the game is a bit beyond me the moment they ask me to assemble my soldiers into units. It does seem a lot, it does. Alright. You still flatly say fight it out when fights start in strategy games? That's amazing. Hey, you Christensen, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Prosecutor DeBest ordered me not to let you investigate anything but this room. I absolutely cannot let you pass through any further than this. I'm sorry. I won't, since I can't pass through anyway. You're standing in front of a wall. No, after all, you're Prosecutor Edgeworth. If you really wanted to, this wall wouldn't stop you. Wow, you're even more fearsome than I thought, Mr. Edgeworth. Just what kind of human do these people think I am? Miles, how's the investigation going? Well, little by little, I'm beginning to see the entire truth behind this case. Ooh, that's good to hear. Uncle Ray had better not fall behind either. Oops. Shit, I think it just locked up. Yeah, I can't click on anything. Alright, hang on. I may have to restart the program, but usually the game's pretty good at auto-saving, so hopefully... see what we can do here. Alright. We've had a couple of crashes before. It hasn't been the end of the world, so let's see what happens here. Oh, Catherine Hall Catering Hall. I hadn't gotten that either, but that makes sense. Good catch, good catch. Alright, let's launch it again here. And let's make sure it's getting captured. Kind of. Ah, good. We're right where we left off. Perfect, perfect. Now we just need to get it capturing. Come on! Sometimes it gets real fussy about capturing the game. I don't know why. There we go. Alright, hang on. There we go. And we're exactly where we left off, so that's good. The game within the game. The game we have to play to get to the game. Alright. So Yeah, literally right where we left off, but we'll go ahead and make a hard save anyway, just to be safe. Alright, about the two cases. This case seems to have a lot in common with the case 18 years ago. I agree. The melted ice in the Winter Palace and the body of the victim from 18 years ago. I wonder why nobody ever noticed the body was missing after all this time. The only family Mr. Dover had was a young son. His son, and Mr. Gustavia's son, who attended the same elementary school. After the case, they both went missing. Really? What? And they haven't been found yet? I haven't heard any news about Mr. Gustavia's son being found. The kids have been missing for 18 years? What the shit? But as for Mr. Dover's son, he was found and his inheritance was delivered to him. And because of that, Mr. Dover never had a proper funeral. That way, they were able to make it look like the body had been in police custody. The autopsy report had also been forged, so nobody but the defense ever found out. On karma, you would go that far. Yeah, that's a long time. That's a long time. Alright, see if Larry has anything new to say. He does not. Alright, I think we've seen everything in here. We have to do something with her then, right? I think we have to prove that she did something with the poison gas trap, right? I think... possibly? Let's see. Oh, no, you said we have to look at the cart again, right? You said there was a contradiction with the cart. So let's take a second look at it. I don't know where this Von Karma, how could you go this far stuff comes up. I think Edgeworth still in some part of him doesn't want to believe that Von Karma was that bad, like all the time, but yeah, he was that bad all the time. Hey, free client, you have a nice day too. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the follow. Ooh, horror FMV games on sale on Xbox? That's very cool. I do love me some FMVs. Yeah, the music in this game it's so chill. So let's see, let's deduce. And we'll pull out the sketch.
Eureka!
Larry, there's something I want to ask you about your sketch. Huh? You want a lecture on sketching from the famed Professor Laurice, do you? No, I just need to ask you something. The tablecloth in your sketch, are you sure it was light blue? Yeah, my eyes never fail me. But the one on the service cart here is white, isn't it? Dude, you're always so busy thinking with just your head that you miss the obvious. What's with that look on your face? When I drew that painting, I was using the cart with the tea set on it, remember? Because I was tidying up the broken pottery shards. That's not something to be proud of. And right then, Katie came out of the Winter Palace. I had to hurry and hide the broken teapot so that she wouldn't notice it. Did you just say Ms. Hall came out of the Winter Palace? That's right, but this time she was pushing another service cart. And the tablecloth was light blue, just like how I drew it. What did she do with that service cart? Beats me. She went into the summer palace with it, so I don't know. And when she came out, she was pushing the lift trolley. A lift trolley? When I called out to her, she was so surprised that she just left it there. Oh, she's so cute when she's shy. Second service cart and a lift trolley. Maybe there were 2 tea sets along with the 2 service carts. We'll have to verify it with Ms. Hall. I don't think there are 2 service carts. I don't think there is at all. You, Christensen, you're doing well. Had an interesting day. What is the horse races? Nice. Oh, that's really sweet of you. Very cool. Hey, Nuddlemasher, no explosions so far, but it's still a very rousing mystery. Oh, Shapeshifting Detective and Infectious Madness with Dr. Decker, both very good games. I hope you enjoyed those ones. I am a huge fan of Devecki. I love their stuff. Now, we'll go ahead and save, and then we have questions to ask. Is it true that you keep 2 service carts on the premises? Yes. Is there something wrong? Earlier, I was looking at one of the sketches from that so-called artist, and I noticed that he had drawn the cart's tablecloth light blue. Light blue? Are you sure you weren't mistaken, monsieur? I only ever use tablecloths that are pure white. That's true. Tablecloth here doesn't have a single spot on it. Yes, that's because I always change them immediately whenever they get dirty. They really get the color wrong then. What were you doing when this sketch was drawn? At that time, I was just doing my job as usual. Then, could you tell me exactly what that work entails? Headed to work soon for an hour, need to fix something? Alright, hopefully it's nice and straightforward for you, Nuddlemasher. What were you doing when you were drawn in this sketch? From the looks of the drawing, it doesn't seem like you were transporting the tea set. This was when I was delivering chocolates to all the people in the investigation. Ah, how nice! Chocolates! I wish I could have gotten some too. There's still a few left, so please eat these then. I made them myself, though it's possible they might not suit your taste. Woohoo! Thank you so much! Thank you. Perhaps it's because she had them in her pocket, but looks like they're melted a bit. Interesting. Sweet goodness! I'm happy to hear you say that. Chocolates are a little misshapen, but I'm glad to get some sugar into my system. Although, they're a little too sweet for my taste. I imagine bitter is more his speed. Alright, so what do we need to do now? Is there anything else we need to do with her? Take a look at the fountain. We talked to the guy in front of the fountain. I don't think we actually looked at the fountain before. Oh, I saw Black Clouds. I've seen that one on Steam. I haven't actually played it myself. I hope you enjoy it. His dad said the exact same thing in the past. He did. Everything's coming back around again. Now I'm in my feelings about that. It's interesting to see how much they're alike. It appears the body has already been recovered by the police. Why was the body of the victim from 18 years ago found floating in the fountain? I mean, wouldn't the body have gone all goopy after 18 years? I don't know if I would call it goopy. It certainly would have required a special method to preserve the body. Yeah, I wonder if such a method even exists. Hey, Mr. Forensics guy, any new information? Yes. Bromelium and Fritalium have been detected in the fountain water. Ah, they must have flowed through the stream from the Autumn Palace to the fountain. Aside from the chemicals, we also found high levels of sugar. We're working hard on investigating it. Sugar in the fountain water? What could have caused that? This is Edgeworth. It's Gumshoe, sir! Did something happen? Actually, right now all the investigators but me have left the Winter Palace. So I can finally tell you what we found! It's not good for a detective to be leaking out information about the investigation, but his resourcefulness has saved me many times these past few days. All the sculptures in the Winter Palace have melted. There's still some liquid left in the cases, but there's less in the Gemini case than in the Taurus case. There's still liquid in the glass cases. Yes, sir! We just investigated the light blue liquid a moment ago. We only detected sugar in the Taurus case, but for some reason in the Gemini case, we detected 3 different substances. 3 substances? They consisted of sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? Blood and salt were detected in the Gemini case. I wonder whose blood it could have been. I've asked forensics to look into it, sir. Right, I'll leave it to you then, Detective. That reminds me, the forensics investigating the fountain patio contacted me. It seems the sugar found in the fountain matches that found in the light blue liquid. Oh? Sounds like valuable information. That does sound like very valuable information. Hope this isn't Chris's blood. I understand that reference. Is that all the new information you have for me? And now that you mention it, we found a rainbow light device in there too. The device was used to disguise the Autumn Palace. Seems the device that was used in the IS-7 incident is also connected to this one. I should listen to what Delicia has to say about that. I have to go back to investigating now, sir. When we get the results of the blood test, I'll let you know right away. Yes, thank you, Detective. Was that Gummy calling? That sure was a long call. But thanks to him, we now have an important piece of information. In order to break Ms. Hall's alibi, I'll need to talk to everyone involved in the IS-7 incident. And we'll start with Delicia. Love a good salted blood sherbet? I feel terrible, but as soon as he said that, I'm like, that sounds like a British dish. Somebody tell me I'm wrong, though. Lazy murder is reusing former murder assets. Alright, let's save here. And we'll check out the organizer real quick. Let's see, analysis of the liquid. And that was in the Gemini statue. I want to see real quick, because we do have a picture of the statue somewhere, I think, right? There's the Pisces. Alright. Interesting. You've had blood soup from the Philippines. How was it? I'm curious. Delicia, would you be willing to aid in the investigation? Yesy, of course. Anything for Miley and Kay-Faye. I'll listen to whatever you have to say. I was wondering if you could stop calling me Miley. And stop calling me Kay-Faye. Fine, that's out of the question. I can't just change the name I've already decided on. Even if we ask her, she won't listen to what we have to say at all. I wonder, are FMV games able to be streamed? Yeah, why wouldn't they be? There is 1 or 2 that have some weird restrictions. Namely, there's one from Square Enix that came out a couple years ago, where they said no streaming it, and they actually went after some people on Twitch. But in general, if you haven't heard anything about it, yeah, I absolutely do. I've streamed a whole bunch of FMV games on Twitch, actually. K can't be kayfabe because it would break kayfabe. You can't ever break kayfabe. It's important. Oh, EP, you have blood pudding in your fridge right now. Awesome, awesome. Hey, Shira, welcome in. How are you doing today, Shira? Hope you're doing well. Do you know anything about the decorations that are used in this museum? Specifically, the fluorescent cloths and a special device called a rainbow light device. Yesy, of course I do. Because they're presents that I gave to Katie. As an apology for breaking the rules 18 years ago, I gave her 4 new rock salt lamps and the 4 fluorescent cloths used in the contest. Wow, that sounds nice. Fluorescent cloths and rock salt lamps? Ha! Seems like only us girls can understand how wonderful they are. That's a cruel thing to say, Miss Delicious. I like them too, you know? Why, that was back when Ray Ray was still a cute little boy. But back when Mr. Shields was a cute little boy? I can't even imagine it. Are they the same decorations you saw 18 years ago? Probably. The rock salt lamp, the cloth, and the rainbow light device. They all seem the same. 4 fluorescent cloths were used in the Autumn Palace. I have the feeling I saw one more of the same cloth. It's true! Look, I've got the proof right here in my bag! What is she searching for? Not this. Not this either. I remember seeing cloth like that recently. Let's show Delicia and have her confirm my suspicions. Finally, we're getting around to that piece of evidence. Ooh, planning a good 420 brekkie. That's awesome. Hope you have a fantastic 420. We did notice, I think Delicia's taller after 18 years. That seems to be the only thing that's changed, is she's a bit taller. I think she was shorter. Wasn't there a dirty rag in your bag that looked similar to this? Why? I'm not going to give any information to someone who calls it a dirty rag. Then, would it be better if I called it a washcloth? Why? Wrong again! It's a fluorescent cloth. Oopsie, that was supposed to be a secret. Please tell me all you know about this fluorescent cloth. Please tell me the reason why you hid this cloth. Oh, I guess I have no choice, since the cat's out of the bag. I found this cloth floating in the fountain. And right after that, I was called to the Autumn Palace. So that's the moment Larry captured in his so-called sketch of beauties. At first, I thought one of the fluorescent cloths I'd given Katie had washed away. But didn't you only give 4 fluorescent cloths as a present to the museum? There were 4 fluorescent cloths covering the sculptures in the Autumn Palace, right? So that's when I realized that this was the cloth that went missing 18 years ago. The one the body was wrapped in. The poison gas broke out because someone had stolen my Megatoxin X. So I thought that the fluorescent cloth had also been used for the crime. I was afraid I'd be suspected, so I didn't say anything about it to anyone. I see. But I sure feel a lot better after talking about it. Stress isn't good for your figure, after all. 18 years ago, the cloth that was wrapped around the body went missing. Who would have thought it would turn up in the fountain along with the body? Interesting. Let's see. Hey, Kumatori! Random but Space Ghost Coast to Coast is officially 30 years old. I know, I've been watching the marathon they've been playing on YouTube. Some of my favorite episodes in there. I used to watch Space Ghost back in the day. I was obsessed. I even got an autograph from George Lowe, the voice of Space Ghost, at a convention once. He is hilarious. I'd like to ask you something, since you're a pharmacist. Exactly how would one gain the knowledge required to set off poison gas? Oh, that's basic knowledge for any pharmacist acquainted with Megatoxin X. It even says on the warning label, danger, do not mix with normalium. Then, is there another way for someone who isn't a pharmacist to obtain that information? Well, yeah, it might be possible if they see the Angel's recipe. The recipe book that was the grand prize of the contest 18 years ago. And since it also contains the recipe to prepare Megatoxin X. That was my suspicion, I was wondering about that. Does this mean that you've also seen the contents of the Angel's recipe? Yesy, that's a given, of course. The pharmaceutical companies I work for is the Master Group. It's the company that makes the Cold Killer X medicine. Cold Killer X? Cold medicine that promises to kill colds good. After Jeffy got declared guilty, the company took back the recipe book. However, only a small group of elite pharmacists have been allowed to see it, though. So this woman is also part of that small group of elite pharmacists. It's kind of surprised no one these days doing like VTubing could do something in the same vein as interviewing people, but just going off the rails. I've seen other people do it before. It's difficult to do well, I think. And as a matter of fact, the creator of Space Ghost, Mike Laszlo, talked about how making Space Ghost was a nightmare because finding guests who would play along was almost impossible. And as a matter of fact, they've had a lot of trouble keeping Space Ghost on DVD because a lot of guests don't want their appearance put on DVD. They don't want it ever seen again. So they've had a lot of rights issues with the show. All right, go ahead and save here. I imagine nowadays probably people are more willing to go with that. Oh, I agree. I think that show was way before its time. Way before its time. Mr. Shields, could you tell me what kind of person Ms. Hall is? Miles, don't tell me. You're also interested in Katie? No. Well, all joking aside, all Uncle Ray can say is, Katie I know is a truly admirable woman. For 18 years, she's always wanted to remain here and wait for Master's return. However, she was driven out of the mansion by Master's relatives. What? She was driven out of the mansion? That's because Kate isn't related by blood to Mr. Master. With no family and her job taken from her, she could only live on with a song and dance that Mr. Master had taught her. Well, she's now retired as a world-famous actress, though. Why did she retire? Because she'd already saved up enough money to buy this mansion. Seems she even got back the Angel's recipe that had been taken by the Master Group. Interesting. This mansion where she lived with Mr. Master had been everything to her. She probably just wanted to take back everything that she lost. Seems that Mr. Shields sympathizes with Ms. Hall. But you could also say that her actions have taken away everything Mr. Masters had. Hey, Perchance the Stream, how are you doing today? Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Nobody cares, Moby. Nobody cares. Nobody. Adult Swim was actually stitched a TikTok that Moby put out last week with that, and it was hilarious. Oh, Smosh did some old interviews like that back in the day. That's interesting. Yeah, Weird Al. I mean, if anybody's gonna play along with that, Weird Al was. I think Bobcat Goldthwait played along pretty well too, which was very cool. I don't think that Ray has realized that Miles isn't interested in romance. I mean, he's the prototypical shonen protagonist that doesn't seem to be aware that romance exists. Seems confused by the whole concept. It's a very shonen thing, I've noticed. Alright, do we have any logic we can connect now? I mean, we can. So, Kate went to all that trouble to get back the Angel recipe. And the Angel recipe does have the method to make poison gas. The method used to set off the poison gas is explained in the Angel's recipe. And the current owner of the Angel's recipe is Ms. Hall. Ah, so that means... Indeed, it means that it is possible she knew how to set off the poison gas. With this, we can expose her lies for what they are. Alright, sounds like we're gonna have to confront her finally. I literally saw that episode earlier this evening, Kuma. That's wild. Miles is shown in rival character. He's too busy thinking about his craft to care about relationships. That's true. That's true. Now, all that's left is to wait for the results of the teapot. To be continued, because if those results show there is normalium in there, we can start moving pretty quickly, I think. Let's keep going. April 2nd, 2:33 p.m., Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. I have a report. We have detected traces of normalium from the teapot. You can't be serious. It's just like Mr. Edgeworth said. Darn it. Did Mr. Edgeworth take the title of the best from me again? Mr. DeBest, it seems like you have an obsession about being the best. But when you're on a case, winning and losing is of no importance. What are you saying? Obviously it's best to be the best at everything. Can't understand. If you can't understand that, then you have no business being a prosecutor. Please stop harassing Sebastian. Sebastian, a person of your caliber has no need to listen to such things. Justine? Yeah, you're right. Please leave this to me. Why don't you go check on the victim's condition? Yeah, that's a great idea. I'll be right back then. All right, I'll be waiting. Judge Courtney is much more troublesome than Mr. DeBest. Well then. Miss Curator, can you tell us why normalium was discovered in the teapot? I was not aware that it contained such a chemical. I suppose it may have been an ingredient from the detergent I'd used. So you're saying that you did not put it in deliberately? No, of course not. There's no way for me to have known how to create the poison gas. Oh, isn't there? Despite being a former actress, it seems you're not very good at lying. Oh, we're going for it now. Oh yeah, Luffy does not seem to understand the idea of different genders. He seems just very confused by it. Oh, the running bit of people calling Zorek a locust. What do you mean? The Angel's recipe is in your possession, and the method to create the poison gas is contained inside that recipe book. So you must have known how to create it. I'm surprised you knew about that. Ms. Curator, is this true? It's true that information about the poison gas is contained in one of the recipes. However, just because I saw it doesn't mean that I was responsible for the crime. Could you tell me what set off the poison gas? It was caused by the victim heating the lid of the glass case with a burner. Ha! I see. If he locked himself in that room of his own will and then set off the poison gas, wouldn't that suggest suicide? Oh, so that's the game we're gonna play. Alright, let's do this. Sure, alright. Does she intend to deny it until the bitter end? Furthermore, I wouldn't have been able to obtain a chemical like Megatoxin X. That may be true, but you could have stolen it from someone else. That reminds me, I met up with Katie a week ago and that night was when I realized that my Megatoxin X was gone. She did it again! Katie, you couldn't have! Madame Delicia always carried her medicine bag around with her. Anyone could have stolen it. That's right. I don't have any proof that she was the one who stole it. EP, thank you for redeeming the posture check. Excellent. Emperor, more like Mr. DeBested. Finally. Ah, everybody else might want to take a moment to stretch out, get some blood in your legs, make sure you're staying well hydrated. That's important. But Shane, it was a tragic suicide. It was murder. Murder most foul. Although actually his might have been an accidental death, but still, so it's her fault. Hey, Abstractism, I'm doing good. How about yourself? How are you doing? All right, let me grab a drink as well, and then we'll continue. spine readjustment time, realign your meat prisons. Kate, can't you tell us what you're hiding? I know you're not the kind of person who would hurt someone without a reason. Mr. Shields, you doubt me as well? Setting a trap on one of the gallery's exhibits, and then disguising the rooms. I just think it would have been impossible for anyone but the curator. It's not true. There are no guards or security cameras at the gallery. If any ill-intentioned person wanted to sneak into the gallery, it would have been an easy task for them. Oh, how convenient! Getting back into Fallout 4 Game of the Year? Nice, nice. It's definitely a good time to be playing Fallout. Then isn't like an all-you-can-steal buffet in here? You have to be careful. You never know when a great thief could appear. It doesn't sound like a joke when Kay says it. Actually, Monsieur Gustavia apparently entered the gallery before it opened. Well, I'm beat. Looks like Uncle Ray can't do anything to break down Kate's iron guard. This might be a good time to use that technique your old man taught me. Technique? My father taught you? This case is deeply connected to the one from 18 years ago. If we just pursue the present case, it may seem like there's a lot we don't understand. But if we try turning things around, there might be a hint in the case from the past. Thinking of the other way around. My father do that too? For example, just consider the relationship between the past case and Kate. Ms. Hall melted Mr. Dover's sherbet sculptures 18 years ago. And today, Mr. Dover's works are on display in this gallery. Can't be, she... I see. Now I know what to ask her. Heh, that's good to hear. In that case, Uncle Ray will just watch over here as you do your work. Ms. Catherine Hall. 18 years ago, it seems that you melted Mr. Dover's sherbet sculptures. Yes, I was young and inexperienced, and I did something inexcusable. However, isn't that why you were able to open the Zodiac Art Gallery? I don't know what you mean. I don't understand either. Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you seek her testimony? Yes, I would like her to tell me about the Zodiac Art Gallery. I would like to know the reason you decided to open a gallery for Mr. Dover's artwork. If you insist this is related to the case at hand, I will allow it. Ms. Curator, your testimony, if you please. Very well, if that will clear your suspicions about me. Now then, please testify about the Zodiac Art Gallery. I think I see where he's going with this, and I've been waiting to get to this part for a bit. I'm very excited. I've heard Fallout 76 has changed a whole lot since launch, so if you still got it, you might want to take another peek. We downloaded it last night to give it another try. Excellent. Perfect. Perfect. She wore socks with sandals? I could never forgive that. All right. 18 years after Monsieur Master was arrested, I was finally able to buy back this mansion. Then, in order to maintain it, I decided to manage it as an art gallery. I collected Pierre Hoquet's works from all over the world. After all, it was my dream to open the Zodiac Art Gallery. Wonderful that your dream has come true. What do you think, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I don't believe there was anything strange about her testimony. Judge Courtney, I believe in the courtroom it's standard to cross-examine the witness. Wouldn't you agree it's a little too early to say that there are no contradictions? Speak like a defense attorney. Very well. Proceed, as you please. Let's see. Oh, that's good to hear, Malicore. It just sounds like a lot more robust game than it was at launch, which is a very good thing. Nano, you're still playing it sometimes? Good, you're still enjoying it. Alright, so... let's see, decided to manage it as an art gallery. Are you managing this gallery by yourself? Yes, well, I say manage, but it only opened today. And I must continue protecting this mansion, so that Monsieur Master has a place to return to. So she took back the mansion for Mr. Master's sake. Kate, I'm so sorry. I was powerless. It's not your fault, Monsieur Shields. I couldn't do anything either. All I can do now is continue to protect the mansion. Yeah, not having any NPCs in a Bethesda game was such a weird decision. Let's see. She collected Pierre Hoquet's works from all over the world. Pierre Hoquet. That's Mr. Dover's alias, correct? Yes, it's the name he used when he worked as a sculptor in France. About collecting his works. How did you prepare the Taurus and Gemini sculptures? I heard that Mr. Dover passed away before he completed those two sculptures. I had the sculptures in the Winter Palace specially made, based on the photos I took. Oh? Could you tell us about that in more detail? Alright, so... Prepared replicas of the sculptures in the Winter Palace based on the photos she took. They wanted players to fulfill the roles of the NPCs? It's such a weird decision. I don't think it worked out well I think that's why they changed course. By photos, do you mean the ones taken in Isaac Dover's room? Yes, you seem quite familiar with the events from 18 years ago, Monsieur Edgeworth. So the sculptures in the Winter Palace were replicas. They melted, and I didn't even get to see them once. No, the Sherbert sculptures shouldn't have been replicas. Miss Hall is obviously lying. After all that trouble it took to prepare them, it's a shame they melted. Sculptures in the Winter Palace are the same Sherbert sculptures from 18 years ago. Unless I point that out to her, I won't be able to find out the truth. Alright, so... save here. I think people give Todd Howard way too much credit. I don't think he has nearly as much fine-grained control over the game as a lot of people think, honestly. Let's see. Go into the evidence. That's the sculptures that were in the museum. And she said she gave us the pictures from back then, too. Let's try presenting this right here. Doing video call conferences almost every day. That's pretty intense, actually. Did you really think that your excuses would continue to hold up? No matter how much you lie, you can't deny the composition of the sculptures. From the analysis results, it's quite clear that the sculptures in the Winter Palace are the Sherbert sculptures Mr. Dover created. Oi, Miley! As a pharmacist, it's my turn to shine! What we call sugar actually comes in many different varieties and tastes. Even if the sculptures were replicas, it's nearly impossible to replicate the composition. I see. Thank you for the explanation, though I don't recall asking for one. That, Miss Hall, means you couldn't have melted the Sherbert sculptures back then. You stole them and preserved them for 18 years. Alright, that's insane! Alright, this is going places right here. What? She preserved the Sherbert for 18 whole years? If you freeze it properly, it's not impossible. Silence, please. Miss Curator, what do you have to say? I can't believe you're already uncovered so much. Haha! So you're admitting that you stole the sherbet sculptures? No, I cannot admit to such a thing. There isn't any proof that I stole them after all. Also, I couldn't have stolen the sculptures 18 years ago. I don't think they would have been easy to steal without the police noticing. Is that so? I don't know what you did 18 years ago. As such, how can I judge how difficult it would have been to steal them? Looks like you won't give up so easily. I don't intend on giving up until I learn the truth. I understand. Then I shall tell you what I did 18 years ago. How old is she? I would think probably in her late 30s, early 40s, but they haven't really nailed it down. All right. On the day of the incident, I was waiting in the main building until the judging. During the judging, at Monsieur Master's request, I went to change the film in the camera. But before I could deliver the camera to him, I discovered Monsieur Dover's body. After Monsieur Gregory arrived, I prepared tea for everyone involved in the investigation. It was then that I witnessed Monsieur Gustavia entering Monsieur Dover's room. And that was everything I had done on that day. I don't think there's anything suspicious about my actions. That's not your decision to make. Mr. Edgeworth, were there any contradictions in her testimony? Or now I should just prove that she stole the sculptures. When could Ms. Hall have stolen them? If I can answer that, her crime should come to light. You can't handle the cold sherbet truth! Alright, so... during the judging, she went to change the film and the camera. We know about that. We know about that, but... hang on. So you were the only one who could move freely during the judging period. I certainly would have had more freedom to move about than the contestants. However, I couldn't possibly have stolen the sculptures right in front of Monsieur Master. Moreover, upon being asked to change the film, I went directly to the entryway. Mr. Master's request, she went to change the film and the camera. Ms. Hall have stolen the sculptures then. Possibly? This was when you stole the sherbet sculptures. And how would I have done that? That's... Not even a great thief could have taken it then, you know. Yeah, unfortunately. If Masters was standing in the hallway the whole time, she couldn't have, I don't think. Alright, that was okay. I have another guess as well. My apologies. Please continue. Alright, so she discovered the body. And then after he arrived, she prepared tea for everyone involved in the investigation. Did you do so in the same manner as today? Yes, I poured tea for everyone working on the investigation. I gotta blow my nose real quick, folks. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Alright, sorry about that. Now they mentioned it, Uncle Ray also got some tea from you that day. Kate was pushing her service cart back and forth from the patio to the main building. Let's see. Anything that seems strange to you then? Well, I remember your old man singing praises of her Ceylon tea. And he also said something about how the saucer was chilled. We got her. saucer was chilled. This is when she stole the sculpture, 100%. Siamese, no! This was when you stole the Sherbert sculptures. I'm sorry, but Mr. Shields and company were at the fountain patio the entire time. Are you saying that I stole them in broad daylight? That's precisely what I'm saying. This is where she hid the sculptures to steal them right under their noses.
Take that!
Oh no, Siamese, it's even bad, it's even worse. Neither my father nor Mr. Shields realized the sculpture was right in front of them. What you were pushing around was no ordinary service cart. It was the sculpture itself. But surely that would still be impossible. If you placed the sculptures on the service cart, people would notice immediately. I never said she used the service cart to move the sculptures. What? What do you mean? And what did she use to move the sculptures around? I've been waiting for this moment. Here we go.
Take that!
And this is? This is the lift trolley Mr. Dover used 18 years ago to move his Sherbert sculptures. Seems the same lift trolley lies here in the fountain patio. That's because it was originally prepared for the contest in the first place. Are you saying she used the lift trolley to move the sculptures? Yes. If the sculptures were placed on this lift trolley and then covered with a tablecloth, it could be disguised as a service cart and moved without arousing suspicion. How could that be? So the saucers were chilled because they were sitting on the ice sculptures? Kate, what's the meaning of this? What were you thinking? Stole them in daylight? You gotta be respectful, Emperor, that's important. That was truly impressive. You certainly are, Monsieur Gregory's son. After 18 years, it's hard to imagine any proof that I stole the sculptures remained. But I knew it was only a matter of time until I was suspected. Miss Curator, does this mean you admit to stealing the sculptures? Yes, I admit it. 18 years ago, I stole the Sherbert sculptures from Monsieur Dover's room. It's just as Monsieur Edgeworth says. I disguised the lift trolley as a service cart. And I served tea as I made my way back and forth. That wasn't all. I also took the ice block with all the star clusters on it. Ice block with star clusters on it? Seems familiar. Oh, the ones on the sides, right. It appears to be quite heavy. No, the inside must be hollow. Winter Palace is a reproduction of Mr. Dover's room from 18 years ago. Because they had melted, my father never got the chance to see them. But those blocks of ice were also originally from Dover's Sherbert Salon. The 2 sculptures and the 2 blocks of ice. I took everything I could. And then I placed empty glass cases in Monsieur Dover's room. The sculptures were all encased in glass to preserve their fine details. But the ice blocks were being displayed as they were. As per the rules, we prepared the glass cases for Mr. Dover. So it would have been easy for her to prepare the glass cases. In Monsieur Dover's room, there were some sculptures that were still unfinished. I thought if I melted them, it would look like the ones he stole had melted too. I stole had melted too. Evening, board chams. How are you doing today? So, everything you see in the Winter Palace are all original works from 18 years ago. Miss Hall, Didn't take much to get her to confess. Then she must know. She knows it isn't enough to try her in court. That is all I have to say. But even though I admit to stealing the sculptures, you can't arrest me for it. What? What do you mean by that? Heavens. You're assisting an investigation without knowing this much? Perhaps you should read this book concerning the statute of limitations. Is that like statute of limitations for kids? It sure looks like it, holy crap. Statute of limitations? Let's see if we can take a look at that. Put it simply, it's the time frame in which a suspect can be taken to court. You can see it on this page. Murder, 15 years. Theft, 7 years. Statute of limitations for murder is 15 years, and for theft it's 7 years. Ah! That's right. And Ms. Hall's theft was 18 years ago. According to the statute, she cannot be arrested for stealing the sculptures. So that's how it is. Stealing evidence from a crime scene is an unforgivable offense. However, for this crime at least, we have no right to pass judgment. It appears that Prosecutor Edgeworth's tepid reasoning has all been for naught. For murder? This country is crazy. That is wild. Usually there's no statute of limitations for murder. I wonder about that. I deduced Miss Hall's actions simply to expose a different crime. If she only took the sculptures, we wouldn't have found the body from 18 years ago. Are you saying that I hid Monsieur Dover's body? That's correct. But how can someone hide a body for 18 years? I would imagine it would be very difficult under normal circumstances. So you're saying the circumstances weren't normal? Are you claiming that you know where the body was hidden? When you consider Ms. Hall's actions, the answer becomes obvious. We'll go ahead and save here. Oh, right. He didn't go all goopy, to use the technical term. 18 years ago, Ms. Hall stole something more than just Sherbert sculptures. If you're so confident, I would like to hear your answer. Where did Ms. Hall hide the body? Alright, what do we need to present for this is the question. I think this is what we need. I think that's what we need to present, though it could be a couple things. This is an Ace Attorney game. We haven't in normal circumstances ever. Hey, Spiffy Steph, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well.
Take that.
Oh, apparently that wasn't it. I mean, we're gonna use that in a second, I suspect. That's okay, just jump the gun a little bit. Alright. Where did she hide the body? Let's see what else we got here. It's a Pisces sculpture. What do we need to present for this? Is it this?
Take that.
There we go. This is the photograph of Mr. Dover's sculptures. Yes, and perhaps you've noticed that the victim's body can be seen in this picture. I do not see it. Please point it out clearly. Where in this picture can one see the body of the victim? It's time to expose the location of the body in this photograph.
Take that!
The Gemini sculpture? Yes, while it may look like the Gemini sculpture at first glance, in reality, this is none other than Isaac Dover himself. This ice sculpture was the victim's body? But all I can see from this picture is an ice sculpture statue. That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to conceal it. Conceal? Which piece of evidence did Ms. Hall use to conceal the body?
Take that!
This is the cloth that was covering the sculptures in the Autumn Palace. This cloth manipulates light. With it, it's entirely possible to make something look like ice. Isn't that right, Delicia? Yesy! When it glows red, it looks like a raging inferno. And when it glows blue, you can almost feel the glittering cool ice. That's exactly what she said 18 years ago. That cloth will only emit light when it is attached to a special device. Judge Courtney, look closely at the picture one more time. Beneath the Gemini case lies a box-shaped object attached to the pedestal. This is a rainbow light device. Detective Gumshoe reported one in the Winter Palace. This is the device that went missing 18 years ago. Originally, it would have been attached to the cloth inside the glass case. Naturally, Ms. Hall took the device with her when she moved the sculptures. By using the rainbow light device to make the fluorescent cloth glow, Mr. Dover's body was made to look like an ice sculpture. That's ridiculous. So then, when Uncle Ray took a photo of the Winter Palace... That's right, the body had been in front of us all along, disguised as Gemini. Just woke up 6:04 a.m. in this part of the States. Well, good morning to you, Spiffy Steph. Hope you're gonna have a good day today. However, the body and the fluorescent cloth were both discovered in the fountain. If the ice sculpture was the body, we would have found it in the Winter Palace. If we had found it there, her trick would have been revealed immediately. Ms. Hall moved the body out of the Winter Palace to prevent us from discovering it. Absurd. You say she threw the body into the fountain without any of us noticing? No, Judge Courtney. There was no need for that. She simply used the same method as before. Remember the lift trolley? She moved the body to some other room and dumped it into the stream to the fountain. Naturally, the frozen body would have sunk to the bottom of the fountain. That's why the cloth floated up first and was found by Delicia. And eventually, the body thawed out and floated to the surface. Mr. Edgeworth, you truly have a gift for deductive reasoning. However, do you have any proof that I moved the body? There is one bit of proof there. Did she preserve the body somehow so it didn't smell? I don't think it would have smelled while it was frozen. As long as it was like, because it would have been not just frozen, it would have been inside of a glass case as well that appeared to be airtight. I think that would work. Rain, you were listening to this the entire time you were breaking down cardboard and still very obfuscated. This is a complex case, it really is. We're basically trying to solve two parallel cases at once. Honestly, I'm loving it. I think this is really cool. If you cannot prove that, then there is no way I can accept what you're saying. Wasn't there anyone who saw Ms. Hall move the body? Yes, there was. Yes, I believe such a person exists. Answers lie in the evidence that person gave me, and that piece of evidence will reveal the truth of Ms. Hall's actions. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you able to prove the crime of Miss Curator? Certainly. I have evidence that will show exactly what she did. Then it's time that we see your answer. Which piece of evidence reveals Ms. Curator's action? Ease peas.
Take that!
Another sketch. Oh, it appears I have been drawn in this one. This is a sketch Larry drew of the women at the fountain patio. I would like to direct your attention to the service cart on the left side of the screen. Sketch. Service cart? What about it? Don't you see? What transpired 18 years ago has happened again. Ms. Hall was moving the body in this sketch. No. Please wait. I don't see Monsieur Dover's body anywhere in that drawing. All I did was hand out chocolates to everyone. The key detail in the sketch is the color of the tablecloth. Up until now, I thought Larry just made a mistake. Tablecloth? It's light blue. It may be light blue in the sketch, but no blue tablecloth exists in this mansion. Perhaps it's light blue because the body was hidden, still glowing underneath the tablecloth. What? But the lift trolley is rectangular in the sketch. If she just placed the body in the lift trolley, you would notice immediately. There were 2 blocks of ice in the Winter Palace that are completely hollowed out. If she put the body inside that block of ice, it would look like a service cart. That's... Ms. Hall, you put the body in the block of ice and used the lift trolley to move it, didn't you? I never imagined you'd be able to do so much from just a single sketch. But what if it was just a mistake, like you said before? It doesn't prove anything. I agree, that alone the sketch is worthless. Once you removed the body, the service cart would revert back to a lift trolley. That's why the lift trolley was left behind in the fountain patio. And without the service cart, there would be no place for you to put your chocolates. Chocolates I gave everyone? Until then, the chocolates had sat on top of the service cart as you gave them away. But when you gave them to us, you took them from your pocket. Ah! Now that you mention it, they were a bit melted. But they were still really sweet and tasty. So, why was it necessary to put them in your pocket halfway through? That's because once the body was disposed of, you no longer had a service cart. Hold it right there. She put the chocolates in her pocket and left the lift trolley in the patio. Then, where did the tablecloth go? She'd been forced to put the chocolates in her pocket. You wouldn't have had time to dispose of the tablecloth. Prosecutor Edgeworth, can you answer that for me? Oh, this is getting tough. Hey, Groshin! How are we doing today? How long have these been in your family's possession? Many questions, good questions. Yeah, she's got no pockets, that's true. Although she looks like she's wearing an apron, the apron might have one of those little pouches in them. Like a front pocket, I mean. The tablecloth wasn't hidden, it's right in front of us. Do clarify. The tablecloth used to hide the body, where is it now? Hang on. Isn't it obvious? Ms. Hall is carrying it with her out in the open. Out in the open? Ah! You mean... Ms. Hall? You are wearing the tablecloth around your waist! The block of ice was not encased in a glass case. In other words, the tablecloth was in direct contact with the block of ice. If we have it examined, we will undoubtedly find traces of sherbet on it. Ms. Hall, you will turn your tablecloth over to the police at once. There's no need to examine the tablecloth. It is just as you say. I stole the poison from Madame Delicia, and I moved the body. I have done terrible things. Madame Delicia, I am so sorry. 1 week ago, I took your Megatoxin X bottle. I slipped it into that man's pocket to make it look like suicide. And if they suspected it was murder, the evidence would point to Madame Delicia. Yep! Katie? Kate, what were you thinking? Weren't we always trying to save Mr. Master together? I could not let myself be arrested. Not until I had proven Monsieur Master's innocence. From the very beginning, I had planned to turn myself in once everything was over. But I suppose it's too late to say that now. Kate, why? Why would you go this far? Even for Monsieur Shields, I've caused nothing but trouble. For the past 18 years, I have been a criminal. The IS-7 incident. Don't tell me that you are the true culprit. My greatest crime was stealing the Sherbet sculptures for my own selfish interests. When Monsieur Dover died, they were no longer just ordinary sculptures. They had become the final works of the sculptor Monsieur Master so deeply loved. What if they melted before Monsieur Master returned? With that in mind, I couldn't let anyone touch them, not even the police. Even though I knew it was wrong, I moved them to the mansion's freezer. However, I only wanted to preserve Monsieur Dover's art. I did not know his body was hidden among them. She stole the sculptures without noticing the body. Monsieur Master would never take another person's life. But because of me, the body vanished, and Monsieur Master was found guilty. That kind man, he treated someone like me as family. He meant more to me than anyone else, and yet... Kate. When Monsieur Master was found guilty, I was chased out of the mansion. I was finally able to reclaim the mansion just a few days ago, but when I saw the sculptures still sleeping away in the freezer, I realized that I was the one who hid Monsieur Dover's body. However, a statute of limitations had already expired. Therefore, I could think of no other way to atone for my sins. There's so much going on here, my god. Dresses with pockets, the eternal dream. Why aren't there more of them? Dressmakers, get on it. Holy crap. Why would putting chocolates in her pocket take so long that she can't hide a tablecloth? I think it was just more she hadn't gone anywhere. She hadn't left the patio to put it anywhere else, so it had to be somewhere within eyesight. And we're like, where would she hide it in the patio? Well, she didn't hide it in the patio. She hid it on a person. Looks like the tablecloths have turned. My greatest crime was stealing the Sherbet sculpture. No, there was the murder too. Let's not forget about that. Within eyesight. Oh. It appears I have misunderstood her. It seems she caused this entire incident in order to save Mr. Master. What you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth? There is one thing that has been bothering me this whole time. Why would Ms. Hall plan a murder with such an uncertain method like poison gas? And the reason she disguised the Autumn Palace to look like the Winter Palace was to make those involved in the incident 18 years ago confuse the two rooms. I wonder what Kate was trying to accomplish. He was trying to prove Mr. Master's innocence. In that case, Ms. Hall's true objective was... perhaps she was trying to find the true culprit. Ms. Hall, were you trying to prove Mr. Master's innocence? Hey, Rex says, yes, we are playing as Edgeworth again. This case has been flipping back and forth between the past and the present. And it sounds like right now we're going to be sticking in the present. But we're still trying to figure out who the original killer was from 18 years ago. You wanted to reveal the true culprit and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Was that not your true goal? By displaying those sculptures, you'd attract those involved in the past incident. Only 2 people would know where the body was hidden. You and the true culprit. The culprit would have panicked, knowing that the body would be displayed publicly. Yes, and if the culprit really showed up, there's the risk they'd erase their tracks. In a worst-case scenario, they might have even stolen the body. I'm starting to see where he's going with this. A cold case that gets constantly reheated. Check. Toasty warm at this point. Hey, Punisher. No hilarious breakdowns yet, but we're getting there. How are you doing today, Punisher? So, how could she protect the evidence while simultaneously luring in the culprit? I see. That's why she made the Autumn Palace look like the Winter Palace. Yes, and then, Miss Hall, you must have thought, whoever opens the Pisces case, believing it to be the Gemini case, must be the true culprit of the IS-7 incident. What? But that means that person is the true culprit. Please wait a moment, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Do you realize what you're saying? Do you intend to accuse that person of being the culprit behind the IS-7 incident? Ms. Hall was trying to trap the true culprit. If so, wouldn't the person who fell for the trap be the true culprit? However, I have no evidence to back up my claims. If I make a formal accusation without any proof, it'll not end well. Should I announce the true killer of Isaac Dover? Let's save here. Oh, that's a person? The one true villain in all these games, of course. Oh, god damn it! And it froze up again, as it was coming out of the menu. What the hell? Hopefully the save, I think the save went through though. Alright, there we go. Yeah, what timing right there. The true killer was that technical issue. Of course, of course. Right, let's make sure we got the capture going again. Let's see. Are these 2 cultists gonna show up in every other case? Sure feels like it. I'll just go home and have a nice dinner. Who needs to reveal things? Ooh, alright, so now we gotta make a choice. Do we reveal it or do we not? What do you think, chat? Is now the time to make known what suspicion we have, or do we wait? Do we wait until we have more evidence and then say? Defiant Salem, you say you should go for it? Want a poll? Nah, just looking for informal right here. Thank you though, I appreciate it. Let's see, whenever they offer it, this, isn't it always wait? Sometimes. There have been some times in the game where they're like, if you wait, then they're just like, then the opportunity passes by and you're screwed. Kitsabine, you say YOLO? The parrot did it! Alright, here's the thing. Baseless accusations fueled by bullshit. Be the game, Shane. Here's my thinking here. I'm thinking if we don't make an accusation right here, it's possible that the judge is either going to kick us out, or she might just try to, or she could say that Kate is the criminal and she's like, oh well, statute of limitations. Like, there's a lot of things she could do that I don't want her to do, so I think we're going to try to make an accusation as proof against that. What I should do is reveal the truth. In that case, there is no need to hesitate. Yes, that's correct, Judge Courtney. I indict this person as the true culprit behind the IS-7 incident.
Take that!
Dane Gustavia, who fell victim to the poison gas, is the true culprit of the IS-7 incident? Yeah, Gusty is! She did it again! Mr. Gustavia. Ms. Hall, didn't you believe that if you opened this gallery, the true culprit would come? That's why you set up the poison gas trap, is it not? You truly have a gifted mind, just like your father. It is as you say, Monsieur Edgeworth. Now, would you please tell us the whole truth? Yes, I have nothing more to hide. I will tell you everything. I set a trap in the gallery to find the true culprit. Before the gallery opened, I left only the Autumn Palace unlocked. At opening time, when I went around to unlock each room, I discovered that the Autumn Palace had been locked from the inside. I knew that the true culprit was on the other side of the door. My hand was trembling. All that was left was for the trap to do its work. When I heard Monsieur Gustavio was exposed to the poison gas, I realized he was the culprit. And I thought that if the police discovered Monsieur Dover's body, it would prove Monsieur Master's innocence. Why didn't you ever come talk to me? Might have been another way. I know that you did everything you could for me over the past 18 years. However, all of this had been brought on by my own crime. That's why I wanted to save Monsieur Master as soon as possible. Kate. Not only that, the police hid the fact that the body went missing 18 years ago. Even if I reported the body, there was a chance that the truth would be hidden again. That's why I caused the incident at the museum's opening, with as many witnesses as possible. Hey VK, good morning! How are you doing today, VK? Hope you're having a great weekend so far. I'm sorry. Gregory, Mr. Master, and even you. I couldn't protect anyone. Mr. Shields. Must be tough on him as well. The one who should be apologizing is me. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Shields, I'm terribly sorry. I shall accept whatever punishment I'm given. However, I must ask of you, please clear Monsieur Master's name. The truth that was hidden for 18 years was revealed in an unexpected manner. However, I think that things would end this way. To be continued. We're gonna continue, don't worry about that. I'm doing good, VK, thanks for asking. Thank you for stopping by, as always. Alright. Make a hard save here. April 2nd, 3:11 p.m., Zodiac Art Gallery. So now we may actually know the identity of the real killer from 18 years ago, so we're hurtling towards the end game with this case. Ms. Hall, have you composed yourself? Yes. What you did, no matter the reason, was unforgivable. Yes, I know. However, you committed this crime in order to prove Mr. Master's innocence. If the true culprit is someone else, we have a duty to reinvestigate. No false evidence from the IS-7 incident remains in the official case files. Moreover, there is no evidence to lend credence to Ms. Hall's testimony. We should first arrest Ms. Hall as the culprit behind today's incident. We cannot be certain that all the case files are accurate. After all, the prosecutor in the case has a history of forging evidence. Are you suggesting that the PIC overlooked such a prosecutor? That's none of my concern. The truth is that evidence was falsified. And the fact that Dover's body from 18 years ago was just discovered proves it. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I can see remnants of Prosecutor Von Karma within you. What did you say? You try to deceive the PIC and fabricate the truth. Let me inform you of my, or rather, the PIC's logic. And so now we're not even trying to solve the case now, we just have to get her out of our way because for some reason she's got it out for Edgeworth. Oh, jeez. I acknowledge that Prosecutor Von Karma fabricated the information about the body. However, he successfully convicted Mr. Master as an accomplice. I believe that the true culprit was Ms. Curator herself. She even attempted to murder Mr. Gustavia today in order to pin the blame on him. Is that really what the PIC believes? Oh yeah, we should save. I'll do it right as soon as I get an opportunity to, after this conversation, I mean. Yeah, this game is really good. This may actually be my favorite of the series so far as well. Yes, every word I utter is for the sake of law and order. Seems she intends to hide the truth for the sake of the PIC. At this rate, neither Mr. Master nor Ms. Hall will be saved. Alright, I think I see what we can do here. Let's go ahead and save first. We're not sure why she's after Edgeworth. We have no idea, and she hasn't said either. So hopefully we'll figure that out eventually. Already successfully convicted Mr. Master as an accomplice. I heard that the biggest factor in Mr. Master's conviction was his confession. If Prosecutor Von Karma had a hand in his confession, the ruling may not be just. The initial investigation was handled by Detective Rip Lacer. He was the one who obtained the confession, according to the official reports. All I can say is that the ruling has already been handed down. Jeez, why does Miss Courtney have to be so stubborn? Is the PIC so high and mighty? Sure seem like the archenemies of prosecutors, to say the least. They're kind of like what the police are to great thieves. Says the great thief who nonchalantly works alongside the police. Cravat envy? I mean, it is a mighty cravat. Excuse me. I think we might have something for this. Let me double check. No, I don't think so. Wasn't what I was thinking anyway. Let's see what else we got here. Are you saying that both Miss Hall and Mr. Master murdered Isaac Dover? Mr. Master committed the murder, while Ms. Curator moved the body. That's what I believe. What? How can you say that? We would never kill Monsieur Dover. Did you not steal the body and preserve it for 18 years? I admit that looks really bad. The badge! To think you made it all the way to the coveted position of judge and just can't for the life of you pull off frilly throat gear like that. It's tough. Not many can. Not many can. Oh, I'm sorry, relentlessly. Like I said, I hate the Twitch mobile client. It's so frustrating. It is only natural to suspect you of being an accomplice. She had already confessed to her crimes. Now is not the time to judge her of past crimes. In that case, let's judge Ms. Hall for her current crime. Alright. If she wanted to pin the crime on somebody, why choose Mr. Gustavia? Perhaps Mr. Gustavia suspected Ms. Hall was the criminal. as he attempted to confirm whether or not the Gemini sculpture was the genuine. He was caught in a trap meant to silence him forever. Can you prove that theory? Mr. Gustavi is currently teetering on the brink of death. There's probably no way to prove it unless he regains consciousness. In other words, there is nothing we can do for now. Can't be true. There must still be something we can do. You still don't get it, do you? Allow me to give you a clearer explanation. We already have ample evidence for both the IS-7 incident and today's poison gas. By ample evidence, you mean... For the IS-7 incident, we have a body, the murder weapon, and a pair of suspects. For the poison gas incident, we have the 2 chemicals and Miss Hall's confession. Furthermore, I have finished collecting all the evidence necessary. For your own PIC hearing, Prosecutor Edgeworth. What? How can you say something like that so casually? Miles, you know you're always welcome to join the Edgeworth Loves. Judge Courtney, I'd like to ask that you refrain from making such needless remarks. I understand. Well, regardless. Let's see. Anyway, I was trying to say that I like how Courtney acknowledged that Von Karma had deceived them, but in the next breath was like, how dare you suggest the PIC overlook a prosecutor forging evidence? Or just the fact that she's like, sure, he was crooked and every time we caught him being crooked, but surely the other times were spotless. Alright, so there's no need to investigate further, she says. Are you saying that there's nothing left for us to investigate? We have already exhausted all ends in regards to the evidence. This court will accept no further deliberations. I shall now deliver my verdict for the defendant, Catherine Hall. I hereby... Hold it! There is still a need for further investigation. If you wish to halt my verdict, please do so with evidence. That is, if there is any evidence that requires further deliberation. Cannot allow this case to end here. There's still something that needs to be cleared up. Looks like I have to show Judge Courtney something to convince her. Alright, we're going to that very last phrase. And then we need to present something that still hasn't been explained. Alright. So we know all about that. That should be fine. Know about the chocolates, the sketch. Know about that. See, we don't know about that. That's still a mystery, but I don't think that's relevant right this second. The badge! Oh, let's see. I think this is what we need to present. It is not. Dang it! As I expected, she's nothing like Mr. DeBest. However, I won't back down so easily. Alright, so we need to show her something that hasn't been explained yet. That's the big thing we need to do at the moment. I guess, like, I'm assuming something here. I have been assuming something, but I guess if we don't assume, that could be an avenue. So we know blood was found inside the Gemini sculpture. Technically, I don't think we matched the blood to anybody yet. Yeah, that was it. I mean, it's gotta be Dover, but, like, I guess we haven't proved it. Some badge seating! Oh my god. There is still one piece of evidence from the IS-7 incident that remains unsettled. Take a look at this. This is the forensic results from the Gemini sculpture that melted in the Winter Palace. According to the results of this analysis, traces of someone's blood were found. What does this blood belong to? Until we know the answer, the case is still open. There was blood mixed in with the remains of the Gemini sculpture? I heard nothing of this from Sebastian. This was a report from Detective Gumshoe. I had planned to tell Mr. DeBest myself. So even though you had no investigative authority, you still did as you please. I shall report everything that transpired today to the PIC. I will not avert my eyes from the truth, nor shall I overlook the mistakes of the past. Hopefully we're gonna get that breakdown, and I'm looking forward to it. If you wish to report my actions to the PIC, be my guest. But in exchange, I want you to let me investigate this case to the very end. It is not my place to decide such things. I must ask that you check with Sebastian regarding this matter. Hey, good news, you guys. Thanks to our early detection, Mr. Gustavia's life was saved. Mr. Gustavia? So, he's alive. Would you be the ones who saved my life? Hey, Mr. Gustavia! You are Sir Assistant, are you not? You've grown so big. This time, this one is your assistant then. No, I'm... He's an assistant candidate, and Gregory Edgeworth's son. I'm Miles Edgeworth, prosecutor. What a twist of fate! I am in your debt. It is thanks to you I have completely recovered. There's no need for thanks. Since you're alive, we can reach the truth behind the incident 18 years ago. What do you speak of? While you're unconscious, the truth has started to come to light. You may be Isaac Dover's murderer. What? Really? Ms. Hall was looking for the criminal behind the events of 18 years ago. That's why she set up the poison gas in the Pisces case. Mr. Gustavia, the events of the incident 18 years ago. Tell us what really happened. So you wish to remain silent? Nah, I think he's just meditating. You can sleep standing up? What a useful skill to have. Meditation is different from sleeping, though. Mr. Gustavia, please tell us what you did 18 years ago. I'm the criminal because I fell for the trap? That's not a very funny joke. I'm a victim, not a culprit. Mr. Gustavia, it has not yet been made clear whether or not you are the criminal. This is only their baseless speculation. Do not concern yourself with the drivel of a prosecutor without jurisdiction. At least there's one person here who understands. My name is Justine Courtney. I am a judge. If you would like, I would be happy to assist you. Let us show Prosecutor Edgeworth the truth of 18 years ago. Understood. I shall prove my innocence to you, Sir Prosecutor. Judge Courtney, is that your answer? Do you intend to bury the truth of the IS-7 incident before it can be brought to light? I merely believe in the judgments of the goddess of law. Ultimately, those who render judgments are only human. As long as humans control the law, there is no guarantee that every verdict is correct. If you're going to help conceal the truth, I will not hold back. I'm looking forward to it. Lady Justine, what should I do now? You're being suspected because you set off the poison gas. Can you tell us the reason? Why you opened the Pisces case? Understood. I came to see Sir Dover's works from 18 years ago. However, I accidentally entered the museum a half hour before it opened. Ms. Hall, there is nobody at the entrance, correct? Since I thought the criminal from 18 years ago might be coming, I had no security guards in place. I didn't even lock the doors. I was very busy with opening preparations, so there was nobody on the first floor. In addition, I locked every palace door aside from the autumn one. I see. This must have been done in order to lure the criminal to the autumn palace, which is why he ended up entering the autumn palace. It's already suspicious that he snuck into the museum in the first place. The gallery should remain silent. Unless you have evidence that can prove his testimony false, I will not allow any objections. Gallery? This isn't even a courtroom! Now then, why did you open the Pisces case? I wish to view Sir Dover's handiwork up close. The Gemini sculpture. No, it was actually the Pisces, wasn't it? The lid had been frozen shut, so I borrowed a burner to open it. As soon as I opened the lid, poison gas began pouring out. It's quite a convenient testimony. Looks like a total lie, doesn't it? There are parts of Mr. Gustavi's testimony that I have issues with as well. However, there is no evidence to disprove it. But that's... Would it not make sense for suspicion to fall on Lady Catherine before myself? I mean, yeah, you know, everything she did does kind of make her look bad. Hey, Valkos, good morning. How are you doing today, Valkos? How's everything going with you? A lot of technicalities in these cases, in this game. Yeah, I love how he sheathed it like a weapon, too. He even made that noise like you'd expect a sword to do. Oh, right. She may have intended to release the poison gas haphazardly.
Objection.
Kate turned the sprinklers on as soon as the gas was released. She was specifically targeting the person who triggered the trap. Mr. Gustavia, you were her only target. You were willing to accept the words of this criminal as the truth? Miss Hall must atone for her crimes. However, the same can be said for the criminal from 18 years ago. Sir Prosecutor, seems you wish to suspect me to the bitter end. However, I had no reason to murder Sir Dover. If there is no evidence to suggest that I killed him, you cannot suspect me. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you prove that Mr. Gustavia is the criminal? All we know for sure is that Mr. Gustavia fell victim to the poison gas. No matter how strange his behavior was, it wouldn't prove he committed the murder. But that's... Mr. Shields, is there nothing we can do? Well, if there isn't any evidence, we should try reorganizing the facts. If Mr. Gustavia was the one who killed Mr. Dover, there must have been a motive. Motive? Mr. Gustavia himself is denying that such a motive exists. It's not easy to take another person's life. 18 years ago, your old man also discussed motive with Prosecutor von Karma. You claim their collaboration is irrelevant. If Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's relationship had turned sour... it could serve as a motive for murder. We couldn't talk with Mr. Gustavia 18 years ago, but this time things are different. I mean, she is very suspicious, and the fact she keeps threatening to whack people with that giant hammer is also terrifying. If we connect everything we've learned so far, the truth might be revealed. Yes, I suppose so. Seems I must re-examine the information from 18 years ago. Must recall all the details that have remained unexplained. So, the gloved finger marks on the picture frame was your doing? Delicia denied leaving the finger marks on the frame. They were left by Mr. Gustavia. He may have been trying to view the angel's recipe. Mr. Master asked me to change the film in the camera. It seemed the film you prepared in advance wasn't enough. There wasn't enough film. It Seems the number of photos he took didn't match up with the amount of film remaining. Well, he told me himself it might have just been a mistake, though. The information my father collected 18 years ago is certainly not for naught. If there is no evidence, then I shall use logic to reveal the truth. How can you mix up the fingerprints of a 4-foot tall woman and a 6'5" muscle man? It was gloved. They were wearing a glove, so there's finger marks, but no fingerprints. Although I imagine the hand sizes would still be pretty different, though. That would make sense. Alright, so... let's see. So... Gustavia helped Dover with his finals dessert, but Dover didn't help him. We know that. And Gustavia claims he has no motive for murder, but... Mr. Gustavia, you collaborated with the victim, Isaac Dover, to create your desserts, didn't you? Oh? Seems you know about my secret. Mr. Shields told me about it. Mr. Dover handled the design while you were in charge of the taste. Is that correct? Back then, my training had been insufficient. Seems you worked together through the semifinals, but not during the finals. Why is that? Both wish to compete in the finals against Sir Master in our own merits. You must have also helped with Isaac Dover's dessert even during the finals. What makes you able to declare something like that? Didn't you tell Prosecutor Von Karma about it yourself 18 years ago? That you cooperated until the day before the finals? Sculptures in Mr. Dover's room were all made out of sherbet. Such an amount would most likely need to be left overnight to freeze. Which means Mr. Gustavia prepared Mr. Dover's sherbet in advance the day before. That's right. So you realize Gustavia's cooperation ended the day before the finals. Then, why did Mr. Dover not help Mr. Gustavia in return? Objection. The views of the dead are of no concern to me. Why did Isaac Dover not help you in return? If there is a reason why your partnership with Isaac Dover broke down, that would be a motive for murder. That could be a possibility. However, Sir Dover and I ended our partnership peacefully. Peaceful breakup? That's hard to imagine. Hey, Rapscallion, welcome in. How are you doing today? So that's not bubblegum. It's some sort of candy that he's shaping like that. He's some sort of pastry chef. Like, I don't know exactly what it's made out of, but it's some sort of candy, and he's got like little inflatables that he's using to make it into like... He's basically doing a balloon animal technique on it. While hand size generally correlates to height, it's not an always thing. That's true too, that is. I'm doing good, Rapscallion. Thank you for asking. I couldn't have killed Sir Dover while Sir Master was also there making his desserts. In other words, there's no way I could have committed the murder. It's not true. If there was a moment when Mr. Master was absent from the room, I could prove that it was possible for Mr. Gustavia to commit the murder. Alright, back to the logic then. So, Gustavia couldn't have murdered Dover while Mr. Master was in the room. However, it seemed like someone used the camera without being accounted for. I don't think those connect. We'll see. No, there's no connecting. Oh, hang on. So Gustavia wanted to get the angel recipe. And someone used the camera. What were they taking pictures of? Aha! If he had photographed the contents of the Angel's recipe, he wouldn't need to steal it. Perhaps Mr. Gustavia used Mr. Master's camera to take the pictures. If he'd stolen the actual recipe book, the police would have found out. I see. Pictures, eh? Problem is the time at which he entered Mr. Master's room. Mr. Gustavia could have moved around freely during the afternoon tea, right? It seems both him and Mr. Dover did not participate in the afternoon tea. And that's the last thing we needed. If I remember correctly, the only time we can prove that Dover was still alive is... The victim was not seen, as he stayed locked up in his room after the contest had begun. The only one who could have unlocked the locked rooms was Jeff Master. Was Master's desserts all that you ate? Actually, no. After the afternoon tea, I also ate Icy's desserts. After the contest began, Isaac Dover was locked up in his room. If we assume he was killed at some point before Delicious snuck into his room, then there's a high chance that he was killed before the afternoon tea was over. Yeah, with a Polaroid camera, good luck deciphering anything. Yeah, like, especially since it was like the 80s, that would make it pretty difficult. Alright, so Gustavia couldn't have murdered Dover while Mr. Master was in the room. However, he wasn't in his room during afternoon tea, but Dover and Gustavia weren't accounted for at that time. Isaac Dover was alive up until the afternoon tea began. Ergo, that is the only time when Gustavia could have killed Dover. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you satisfied? Sorry, but I am far from satisfied, because I am finally starting to see the truth behind this case. Are you saying you have found some evidence to show us that truth? No, there's no need to present any evidence, since we can just have Mr. Gustavia tell us the truth. Ah, so this is where you use that, right? Indeed. Mr. Gustavia, there is one thing I want you to tell me. That's a lot of dots. I said, Mr. Gustavia, there is one thing I want you to tell me. Oh, what is it? During the finals of the contest, you made your desserts on your own. I wanted to compete for the title of the world's greatest pastry chef on my own merits. If that was truly the case, you would have competed on your own merits from the start. I want you to tell me why it was necessary for you to cooperate with Isaac Dover. Ellipses. So many. I gotta blow my nose again, folks. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Well, Edgeworth's just gonna have to hold his dang horses. Nothing I can do about it. During the contest 18 years ago, Mr. Gustavia collaborated with Mr. Dover. I wonder, what made them decide to cooperate in the first place? That's what I need to draw out from him. But I've got a suspicion where this is going. Not all of it, but I've got a part of it at least. He would have Punisher. That would be pretty funny, actually. Oh, that's 4. Seems he pretends to meditate when things aren't going his way. First, I'll ask about why he collaborated with Mr. Dover. The truth has been hidden for 18 years. That ends today. Make a safety save, and then we'll dive right in. You know, there is a game out there that does use your username like that, although some people might not know it. It's the original Black and White by Peter Molyneux. It actually reads your Windows login name, and if it's on a list of, I think that like the most 100 or 200 most popular names, they actually recorded a creepy whisper of that name and would very, very occasionally play it. It sounds like one of those like gaming rumors where like it would happen and then like no one would ever believe you because you had no way to prove it. But it's true. It's true. If you were ever playing Black and White, you thought you heard a creepy voice whisper your name, that probably actually did happen, yes. As long as your name was your Windows login name back then, anyway. I know, it's wild, Punisher. Yeah, I don't remember. It's been 18 years. You could answer any question with that, and honestly, that'd be pretty fair. Also, like Stronghold using your profile name in the game if it was on the list. What did Stronghold do? I haven't heard of that one. Lord Vader. Alright, logic chess begin. Why did you decide to collaborate with Isaac Dover? Sir Dover and I were already acquaintances, even before the contest began. Since he was interested in the contest, we simply decided to enter it together. So, like, if your name wasn't on the list, it wouldn't do anything at all. But if it was on the list, then they'd have a voice recording they could use for it. So yeah, if you had a weird Windows username, you just wouldn't hear a creepy whisper ever. Simple as that. Joining forces with a sculptor, you weren't confident in your own abilities? You know nothing about me. We wanted to make great works together. Sir Dover's son and my own attended the same elementary school. We all got along well from the start. Really? So you're going to share the title of world's greatest pastry chef together? As expected, he pretends to meditate when things aren't going his way. Mr. Dover was a sculptor. I doubt he had any interest in the title of world's greatest pastry chef. In that case, where did his true goal lie? Indeed, my goal was the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. However, Sir Dover's goal was the grand prize, the angel's recipe. I see. You cooperated because your interests were aligned. But there must have been a reason why your partnership soured. So, prosecutor, I am the victim of a poisoning. If you're going to suspect me in this manner, perhaps I'd better return to the infirmary. Wait a moment. In that case, you should end things soon. I am not a patient man. Seems he's trying to leave. I can't let that happen. He's still hiding something. Next, I should ask him about his true goal. Alright, we'll do another safety save here. Alright, we got our time back. Need to keep the pressure on him while being cautious of the time. Alright, didn't you have another goal besides the title? The title alone doesn't seem to have much value. How dare the likes of you insult the title of a confectionery artist? My only goal was the title itself. I had no interest in anything else. My dream was to become the world's greatest pastry chef. "18 years ago, I was lacking in design sense. However, things are different now." Oh? Are you saying you've improved at your craft? Exactly, for I have trained at the Republic of Zhongfa. Yes. At the time, I also studied Mr. Master's works. I would often watch his show with my son. So, you were studying Mr. Master's work to improve your own skills. If you had his recipes, perhaps it would have been easier for you to become the world's greatest. Perhaps. To a pastry chef, Sir Master's recipes were worth their weight in gold. If becoming the world's greatest pastry chef was your goal, you should have also been interested in the grand prize, the Angel's recipe. The recipes of the world's greatest pastry chef. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't interested. However, I wouldn't think that simply being interested would be a problem. I wonder about that. Angel's recipe's true nature was not for making desserts, but cures. And all of the contest participants should have been aware of that. Looks like I'm getting close. He isn't meditating anymore. Now to slowly but surely drive him into a corner. Next, I'll ask what he planned to use the recipe book for. Alright, 2 down, 2 to go. Did you intend to win the Angel's recipe and use it to make desserts? Of course, if I obtained the Angel's recipe, I was going to use it in my training. I hear the Angel's recipe was worth a lot of money. I don't know the exact details, but that recipe book was much too valuable to be sold. You seem to know quite a lot about the Angel recipe. It was explained to all the contest participants at the beginning of the contest. In that case, you must know about the recipe book's true nature. That it was not a recipe book for desserts at all. Impressive, Sir Prosecutor. So you know the true nature of the Angel's recipe. The Angel's recipe. Some have called it the ultimate recipe book. It contained formulas for new medicines that were not yet on the market. You knew the recipes were actually formulas for new medicines. This could be a useful clue. The Angel's recipe. Did you know its true value? Silly question. It contained Sir Master's best dessert recipes. Any pastry chef worth their salt would want it. Looks like that clue will come in handy. You may have studied design in Zhongfa. However, your skills in lying could use more work. You just said earlier that the Angel's recipe contained formulas for medicines. You weren't interested in desserts. You wanted the medicine formulas. Now, why would a pastry chef such as yourself be so interested in medicine? Perhaps what you were really after was the information about the new medicine. I've underestimated you, Sir Prosecutor. Yes. My goal was more than just the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. At the time, my son was ill. I needed the recipe for the medicine. Your son was ill? Tell me more about that. To protect my son's honor, I can say no more. Judging by the worried look on his face, it must have struck a nerve. Next, I need him to tell me more about his son's illness. Alright, he's only got one piece left. This is it. This will be my final move of the game. We're so close! This is the final bit of information that'll tie everything together. I think if we know this, we'll know pretty much everything. What was the name of your son's illness? Sir Prosecutor, how insensitive of you. My son was seriously ill. I will not be discussing this with the likes of you. Seems I don't have enough clues to proceed with this line of questioning. Maybe I should try another line of attack. Must read my opponent's reactions and emotion. Strike with the right words. Alright, did the angel's recipe have the only cure? Yes, though the medicine is being sold everywhere now. At the time, the recipe book was my one and only option. That's why I continued making my desserts without joining the others for tea time. So you weren't interested in what Mr. Master was making? Sure seemed confident in your chances of winning. I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the other contestants' desserts. You just said earlier that you studied Mr. Master's works. In addition, if your goal was to win the contest in order to get the medicine formula, you must have been curious about the other contestants' entries as well. There was time to sample the other desserts during the contest, but none of their entries had any flavor, so I didn't want to eat any of it. I suspect I may have been a bit nervous as well. So everything he ate tasted flavorless. This could be a useful clue. What kind of person was your son? Ah, my boy. He loved the desserts I made. Did you enter the contest solely for your son? Sir Prosecutor, you would never understand the feelings of a father for his son. I wanted nothing more than to cure my boy's illness. Until the semifinals, my son would always drop by the contest venue to play. Is that so? Wouldn't he get in your way? I doubt you had time to care for your son while you were challenging Mr. Master. That may be so, but I wanted to grant my son's wish. He said he always wanted to be the first to eat my desserts. About your son. He was so sick, wouldn't it be difficult for him to come and play with you? Son's illness wasn't life-threatening. That might serve as a clue. So what was the name of your son's illness? What's sensitive of you? My son was seriously ill. I will not be discussing this with the likes of you. So I like that clue will come in handy. Let's see if this background is purple, it would match your stream background. It would actually, that would be really cool. I do like the color blue they've got here. Like right here, I love that color blue. I really like that band right where it starts fading. I think that's really neat. Boy! You told me your son's illness was not life-threatening. Is there really a need to be so secretive about it? It was enough to keep him from living a normal life. That must have been difficult for your son. I tried everything I could to cure his illness. It wasn't fair for the poor boy. He could never taste the desserts he loved so much. The angel's recipe contains a cure for a certain illness. A remedy that could also cure Mr. Master's taste disorder. What? He had it too? He had it too? I see. So your son suffers from a taste disorder. I didn't think you'd figure it out so quickly. In order to cure your son's taste disorder, you needed the recipe book. Wasn't that your true goal? It is as you say. Based on how he's acted up until now, it appears he's still hiding something. Looks like that clue will come in handy. Being unable to taste anything, regardless of what you eat. Such a bitter illness. That reminds me, didn't you say something similar earlier? None of their entries had any flavor, so I didn't feel like eating any of it, wasn't it? Perhaps your son wasn't the only one who suffered from a taste disorder. It's hard to imagine being a successful pastry chef without a sense of taste. Perhaps what you really wanted was to cure yourself. That's completely ludicrous. 18 years ago, I made those desserts all by myself. Seems you caught yourself in a contradiction. Didn't you cooperate with Isaac Dover in the contest? You can hardly say you made the desserts all by yourself. You must take great pride in your abilities as a pastry chef. But to betray your pride and cooperate with another contestant. You did it all to cure your own disease. Well done, Sir Prosecutor. It's as you say, the one with a taste disorder is not my son. It is I. No one knew. I've kept it a secret for 18 years. Doesn't matter how long the secret is kept. If you lie before me, I will expose it. Dame Gustavia and Isaac Dover were both trying to obtain the recipes for the new medicines. Gustavia to cure his condition, and Dover most likely to sell the recipe book for money, because we knew before that Dover was deeply in debt. For this reason, they entered the contest as a collaborative effort. And with that, checkmate. Whew, we made it. Yeah, that sounds horrible, Punisher. As a very big-time food enjoyer, that would be absolutely devastating to me. I love food. It's like my favorite thing. I've never told this to anyone. Well done. As you say, I developed a taste disorder 18 years ago. Taste disorder? It was a severe disorder. I was unable to discern any flavor at all. Wouldn't you like to be able to turn off your taste buds for a while? I'm curious for what? Oh yeah, I've heard some people that got long COVID can't taste anything for sometimes months, which is horrifying. Because then I would be like, food is boring, and then I wouldn't overindulge. Oh yeah, if you could just like flip a switch. That I could see being very handy, most definitely. It's the one illness a pastry chef dreads above all. I mean, like cancer is probably worse than that. I'm just gonna throw that out there. And then when I want to taste things, you'd be like, what if it was like a dimmer knob? You could just turn it up when you first sat down for sushi, and then once you'd eaten enough, you could just turn it all the way down. That'd be nice. Maderico, welcome in. Someone I used to work with had long COVID and made meat taste rotten. Oh God. I would be devastated by that. I'm so sorry. These symptoms sound a bit different from Mr. Master's taste disorder. Mr. Master's condition is known as hyperghasia. It simply causes a decreased sensitivity to certain specific flavors. I'm sure it has caused Sir Master much pain too. After all, no medication was available to cure it 18 years ago. In order to cure your taste disorder, you would need Mr. Master's angel recipe. Hey, I've had tofu that's pretty tasty. You just kind of have to make a good sauce around it. Also, frying helps as well. Bacon tastes like gasoline. Oh, Jesus. That's frightening as well. And that's why you entered the contest, am I correct? That was one of my goals, but I still had my sights set on the title of World's Greatest. When it comes to making desserts, I won't lose to anyone. Even without the ability to taste, I still have the utmost confidence in my flavors. Oh? So I presume you also prepared your dessert in the finals with the intent to win. It goes without saying. According to what Mr. Shields told us earlier, the evaluation of Mr. Gustavia's entry was... Up until the semifinals, Mr. Gustavia's flavors and design were to my liking. Unfortunately, both the taste and appearance of his finals entry left much to be desired. Seems the dessert you made for the finals was not rated highly in regards to flavor. Mr. Gustavia, you will tell us about how you made your dessert during the finals. Very well. Seems I must teach you upstarts a lesson. So we're still not done with him, but we're getting closer. I mean, you've probably smelled gasoline at the gas station before, so I imagine the human brain is very good at linking smell and taste. I think that's probably why. Also, the human brain is very good at extrapolating taste. Try this as the most horrifying thought experiment you'll do all day. Pick an item in your visual range right now, something in your room that you can see. Just pick anything. Got it picked out? Can you imagine what it tastes like? I bet you can, and that's weird. Human brain is a nightmare. Maybe not me. Brain, you can 100% imagine what the M2 stick tastes like. There you go. Phone charger? Exactly. I imagine you've never stuck it in your mouth, but you look at it and your brain's like, oh yeah, I know what that tastes like. Imagine bacon smelling gasoline. Oh, that would be dangerous. That would be the end of me right there, John. That would be my last day on this earth. Sir Dover and I cooperated until the finals. I handled the flavor, but he was in charge of the design. However, for the finals, I wanted to challenge Sir Master with my own skills. I helped Sir Dover make his entry, but I made mine completely on my own. If the flavor of my entry wasn't good enough, my own lack of training was to blame. Every woman should know how to cook tofu unless you have let the loser feelings win. I mean, tofu's tasty if you cook it right. It is a good skill to have, I think. Pretty healthy, too. I'm so sorry, some guy in a hat. What have I done? The curtain rod. It's weird, right? Like, there's no way you ever tasted that, but your brain's like, oh yeah, I better know what that tastes like. Hey, DB Stewart, welcome in. How are you doing today? Yeah, that's what I was mentioning, is there's a strong connection between smell and taste, and your brain can usually extrapolate one from the other, which is very weird. And welcome in, DB Stewart. How's your weekend going? Hope you're doing well. When my friends asked what I was doing behind the counter, I was like, I think I've been kidnapped. That's a good kind of kidnapping, though. How about that, Sir Prosecutor? This is the truth of 18 years ago. Can't find any contradictions in his testimony. Well, of course he isn't going to fess up that easily. This guy's been on the run for 18 years, after all. Guess we'll just have to keep on pressing him until he breaks, eh? Yes. I'm doing good, DB Stewart. How about yourself? Let's see. All right. So there's no contradiction, so we just got to press him for more details and see if he makes a mistake with that. So Sir Dover and him cooperated for the finals. He handled the flavor. He was in charge of the design. So Mr. Dover took care of the design while you handled the flavor. Sir Dover was a sculptor by trade. His sense of design was splendid. But he was just an amateur chef. We combined our strengths by working together. Heh, you never did have much design sense, did you, Mr. Gustavia? Whoa! What do you think of this? Alright, that's actually pretty impressive. Alright, well, good luck with the cleaning, DB Stewart. Hope it goes well for you. That's the symbol of Zhongfa. Wow, a phoenix! That is really good. Whoa, you really have improved those past 18 years. Ha 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 ha! Behold the fruits of my 18 years of training. I've put my life and limb on the line for my dessert skills. It's true that I cooperated with Sir Dover 18 years ago, up until the finals. So, however, for the finals, he wanted to challenge Sir Master with his own skills. So, you were really serious about the title of World's Greatest Pastry Chef? Yes. Confectionery is my life. Naturally, I wanted to be the world's greatest. But back then, I was still inexperienced, and I was no match for the better chef. Does Phoenix taste like ash? Depends when you cook it, I suppose. I wouldn't want to take the chance, though. That sounds disgusting. Although, now I'm thinking of blackened chicken. Maybe you can compromise. But your goal was also to obtain the angel's recipe, right? Wouldn't the recipe book be worth more to you than the title? I will not stand by and watch you badger a convalescent man like this. My gavel shall protect you, Mr. Gustavia. Ugh. I realize he's still recuperating, but... Mr. Gustavia, do not yield to this devilish prosecutor. Now then, please continue with your testimony. Oh, good! Good! It's 2-on-1! It's fantastic! So he helped Mr. Dover make his entry, but he made his completely on his own.
Hold it.
So you helped Mr. Dover with his dessert, but made yours all by yourself. No matter how you look at it, this seems odd. Why didn't Mr. Dover assist you? It matters not how it seems, it's the truth. I do not know what Mr. Dover was thinking. Hard to prove if someone's lying about something that happened 18 years ago. Hey Kay, does this secret weapon also work as a lie detector? If it did, I've already stolen Mr. Edgeworth's spotlight. There's no need for that. I'll expose this man's lies myself. Dame Gustavia, please continue with your testimony. Alright, so if the flavor of his entry wasn't good enough, his own lack of training was to blame. I think this might be where the problem comes in.
Hold it.
Up until the finals, I heard that you received high praise for the flavor of your desserts. Was there some sort of accident during the finals? Nothing of the sort. I simply was unable to taste my work due to my taste disorder. My intuition must have been off, that's all. Then, was your intuition fine while making Mr. Dover's entry? How could there be such a huge difference between the finals and the previous day? We're not getting anywhere at this rate. Should I change the topic? I don't think we should, actually. A complicated meal. Every time you roast it, it rises and runs off. Oh my god, that's amazing. Yeah, it's weird that he has the cut with his hat right there. I want to know why that happened. I need to know his backstory right there. That actually sounds like a good plot line for a D&D game. Figuring out how to cook Phoenix. I don't think there's any reason to change the topic. All those unanswered questions 18 years ago. I should already have the keys I need to unravel them. I must recall all the information that Mr. Shields and my father gathered. Alright, I guess I should have changed the subject there. Alright, so... Oops, no, that was the last one, alright. Alright, so, we'll save here again. Might be an episode of Delicious in Dungeon? That would be perfect. I love it. Alright, so we press him on this. And then here. Should I change the topic? So yeah, let's ask about the semifinals, actually. There might be I could possibly see an opening there. So, you're sure there wasn't anything different between the semifinals and the finals? Yes, that's right. Aside from not cooperating with Sir Dover, the finals weren't much different from the semifinals.
Hold it.
So you were still able to make your desserts without Mr. Dover's assistance. I may have lacked design sense, but I was confident in the flavor. Apart from the design, there were no major differences between my finals and semifinal entries. Huh? That sure is strange. That's not how Uncle Ray remembers it. I'm pretty sure both the look and taste of your finals dessert scored poorly. And there's no way you would have won the contest. Even the flavor which you was so confident about failed to materialize during the finals. Something must have changed besides Mr. Dover's cooperation, but what? All those unanswered questions 18 years ago. Alright, so that's where we have to provide evidence. Go ahead and get back there. Alright, so aside from not cooperating, the finals weren't much different from the semifinals. Alright, so let's see what evidence we've got here. And what do we got? What do we got? Let's take a quick look through our evidence again. Gotta be something in here. Yeah, was it in the case file maybe? Nothing there. Nothing there. I don't see anything there either. This one's tough. This could be it though. It's not, but it could be. Well, that didn't work. You should remember the lessons from your training. Alright. So what else could have changed here? What else do we need to do is the question. Oh no, wait, I was thinking so much about the dessert. I forgot there was one other thing. One tiny difference aside from the contest that had changed. And that's that usually Gustavia's kid came to visit him, but during the finals he didn't, and we don't know why. There was another difference between the semifinals and finals. This photo depicts your son. We know he came to visit you up until the finals. That is correct. What does that have to do with anything? Your son, who always came to see you through the semifinals, was not present for the finals. And then it was only in the finals that your flavor judged poorly. I don't believe this to be a mere coincidence. Your son's visits must have been very important to you, were they not? A father can work miracles when his son watching. With my son cheering me on, I was able to make the most delicious desserts. Mr. Gustavia sure sounds like a good father, doesn't he? What he's saying is the whole truth, one could say so. But just hearing his son's cheers wouldn't be enough to change the taste of his desserts. A confectioner, confident in the sense of taste, develops a taste disorder. It would have been difficult for him to maintain the taste of his desserts. Your son came to cheer you on. Was that really all he did? You seem very doubtful, Sir Prosecutor. In that case, I'll turn this around and ask you. What else could my elementary school son have done besides cheer me on? I'm sure your elementary school son would have remembered the taste of your desserts. Of course, my son always loved my desserts. In that case, he would have been able to taste test your desserts in your place. What did you say? Earlier, you told us that you have a taste disorder. I've never told this to anyone. Well done. As you say, I developed a taste disorder 18 years ago. No one else knew about your taste disorder. If Mr. Dover had found out, he would have ended your partnership. After all, you were in charge of the flavor. It's a lot of dots. Your son didn't just cheer you on, he also helped you determine if your desserts tasted correct. Ah, I see. Mr. Dover's desserts was made the day before, so it still tasted good. Ha 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 ha! What you are saying is quite amusing, Sir Prosecutor. You say that my elementary school son assisted me as a taste tester? You are insulting my pride. Your pride? It's true, I had no sense of design 18 years ago. However, I won't lose to anyone when it comes to flavor. You claim I would cast aside my pride and rely on my son. Don't get carried away with your foolish conjecture, you upstart. In that case, I'm sure your son can confirm if my theory is mere conjecture. Ha 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 ha! Unfortunately for you, I no longer have a son! What? After my taste disorder was cured, I went to train in Zheng Fa immediately. During that time, I severed all ties with my son. What? Don't tell me, you would even abandon your own son? Ellipsis, baby! That's not all. Even today, the whereabouts of his son are still unknown. The police have been searching, but they haven't been able to find any traces of him. You wish to confirm your theory? I welcome you to try. Ha 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 ha! Desserts are the only thing that are important to me. After regaining my sense of taste, my son no longer mattered. Order in the court. Mr. Gustavia's actions are certainly inhumane. However, we are not here to judge whether or not he is a good father. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I believe this is your loss. After all, there's no evidence left from 18 years ago that could prove your theories. Mr. Edgeworth, is there nothing we can do? At this rate, we'll never find out the truth. Getting serious, we better safety save. Dad of the year every year. We're definitely judging. I can still judge, and I am. That's horrible. Yeah, you really did a 180 right there, Malicor. Holy crap, I got whiplash from that. Detective Gumshoe, where are those results? Wonder whose blood it could have been. Mass forensics to look into it, sir. Right, I leave it to you, Detective. I entrusted Detective Gumshoe with the last piece of evidence. Only I knew who that blood belonged to. Miles, there's still one thing that's bothering Uncle Ray. Was Mr. Gustavia's only reason for coming to the art gallery to check on the body? He only wanted to confirm the body's presence. He wouldn't have needed to open the case. That's right. Is there a way we can prove this? There is one way. We just need that evidence from Detective Gumshoe. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what are you talking about? Mr. Edgeworth! Sorry to keep you waiting, sir! Just the person I was talking about. Detective Gumshoe, I trust you have the test results. Of course, sir! I just got the report back from the lab! Detective, please be silent. So, this is the evidence that Prosecutor Edgeworth was talking about. Huh? Hey, what's this? This is the first I've heard of it. This was a request from me. I asked him to investigate a certain piece of evidence. Why? Why is everyone always helping you out? I'm the one in charge of the crime scene. Mr. DeBest, I apologize for taking matters into my own hands, but how about we hear his report first? Sure. Detective Gumshoe, what were the results? Here's the report, sir! You keep forgetting he's here. Honestly, I do too. Honestly, when they did that wide shot, I'm like, holy crap, has Larry been here the whole time? Just lurking in the background? There is a lot of characters in this scene, and only like 4 of them are talking. The traces of blood found in the Gemini sculpture belong to the victim of the poison gas, Dane Gustavia. What are you saying? Good work, Detective Gumshoe. As I thought, my theory was correct. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? We too would like an explanation. What on earth does this blood prove? This blood is something the culprit of the IS-7 incident tried to conceal. It can't be. This blood was found inside the glass case of the Gemini sculpture. In other words, your blood was found alongside Mr. Dover's body. No! Why would Mr. Gustavia's blood be in a place like that? If you intend to remain silent, then I'll reveal the truth myself. In the Gemini case, aside from the blood, we also found traces of salt and sugar. Salt and blood? And only one of Mr. Dover's sherbet desserts tasted salty. Come to think of it, I remember Mrs. Delicious saying the same thing 18 years ago. Oh, yesy! His sherbet was most delicious! Really? I wish I could have eaten some too. But there was one piece that was so salty I couldn't eat it. Salty? It's right here in the photo. It was a part of that lyre. That's the lyre from the Gemini constellation. Exactly. For some reason, salt had been mixed into the lyre. No other traces of salt were found in Dover's room. In that case, please explain. Where did the salt detected in the lyre come from? What do we present for this? Ooh, this one's tough. The badge! Some guy in a hat? I almost said some guy in a hint. That's hilarious. What are you thinking? So it's not titled Statutes of Limitations for Dummies, but if you look at that cover, that's clearly made for children. Oh, wow. That is actually pretty wild. Good thinking there, Rick says.
Take that!
This is the rock salt lamp used as the murder weapon in the IS-7 incident. Is the pastry chef the Zodiac killer? No, it's Ted Cruz. We already figured that one out. Show him the badge! I believe part of this rock salt lamp was mixed in with the sherbet from the lyre. At the time of the murder, there were 2 rock salt lamps in Mr. Masters' room. One of those lamps took Mr. Dover's life. We know that Mr. Dover's blood was left behind on the murderous lamp. However, there were no traces of anyone's blood found at the crime scene in Mr. Masters' room. Because the killer disposed of all the desserts with traces of blood in the streams of water, right? No other traces of salt were found in Mr. Dover's room. Speaking of which, weren't the 2 rock salt lamps found in Miss Delicious' room also broken? Looks like both the lamps and the pillars are broken. Both of their light bulbs are broken. Maybe they were dropped on the floor. We never did figure out why the other rock salt lamp was broken. Maybe Mr. Gustavia's blood was on the other lamp. If your blood was found on the lamps at the crime scene, you have been suspected. As the culprit, you would have needed to conceal all traces of your blood from the police. Don't tell me you concealed it in the sherbet lyre. Exactly. The rock salt lamp and his blood were mixed into the sherbet lyre and hidden in the glass case. Unlike the fountain's water, the sherbet desserts would not be analyzed right away. Perhaps he had planned to dispose of the sherbet when the opportunity presented itself. Then, the reason Mr. Gustavia came to this gallery... 18 years ago, the body and the evidence pointing to the killer were both stolen. Even the killer could not have anticipated that. There was no way of knowing when the body and the evidence would be discovered. So he planned to destroy the evidence before the Zodiac Art Gallery's grand opening. Actually, Delicia did eat one of the strings of the lyre and said it was pretty salty, so, yeah, there was blood in that. Yeah. Dame Gustavia, isn't it about time you confessed? You are the true culprit of the IS-7 incident. Yeah. Mr. Gustavia, you're the reason Monsieur Master is... Mr. Gustavia? Could it be? After all this time, my crime is finally brought to light? The prosecutors and defense attorneys 18 years ago never even came close. Bravo! Bravo! Well done, Sir Prosecutor! So you admit that you killed Mr. Dover? Ha 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 ha! It is true, I killed Isaac Dover. But he had only himself to blame. What do you mean? Dover and I worked together in order to win the contest. No matter who won, we agreed we'd share the Angel's recipe. But on the day of the finals, he stabbed me in the back. Sir Dover, this isn't what we agreed to. I'm sorry, Gustavia. The deal is off. What? But I made your desserts for you. I'm the reason you got this far. And what of it? Can you prove that you assisted me in any way? Dover, you were planning to betray me all along. Because of Dover's treachery, I was forced to make my finals entry on my own. Just as Sir Prosecutor said, my son assisted me every day until the finals. Yeah, I love how, like, oh, I did kill him, but actually he was a big old meanie. Oh, I'm sorry, I guess we're gonna have to rule you not guilty on reason of him being a big old meanie then. Because that's definitely a legal thing. What about your pride as a confectionery artist? A proud chef loses the ability to taste his own creations. That's a feeling an upstart like you would never understand. Mastering the art of dessert making is my reason for being. It is my one and only pride. Committing murder for the sake of pride, that's another feeling I'll never understand. To say nothing of abandoning your own son. Such a thought disgusts me. Before you judge me, first understand what happened 18 years ago. Your Honor, my client would like to plead he started it? Basically. On the day of the finals, my son never came to assist me. Thinking back on it now, I suppose Dover had a hand in that as well. Huh? What exactly happened to your son? I do not know, but it no longer matters. Ever since that day, my son meant nothing to me. From what I hear, he's still missing. That's awful! Giving up on him like that? Without your son, you had no chance of winning, correct? Yes, and since I was guaranteed to lose, I needed a failsafe. During the afternoon tea time, I made my way to Sir Master's room. I just needed to take a photo of the cure to my taste disorder. Would have all worked out. If only Dover hadn't interfered. Ah, Gustavia. Trying to steal a picture of my prize, are you? That hardly seems sporting. You! Cure for taste disorders? Oh, you have a taste disorder, don't you? Ah, this is rich. A pastry chef who can't taste. Dover, you... Ugh! Puny worm, you are in no position to oppose me. Why you? When I attempted to hit Dover, he struck me and sent me flying. I crashed into one of the rock salt lamps, and that was when my blood stained it. So Mr. Dover wasn't the first one to be injured. To conceal my blood, I shaved away part of the rock salt lamp and mixed it into the sherbet. After that, it became a part of the lyre sculpture. So, that's how you tried to erase your traces from the crime scene. Dover tried to blackmail me by using his knowledge of my taste disorder. I didn't want it to become public. I was to pay him a large sum. So, that's the reason why you killed Isaac Dover? Ha 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 ha! Exactly! What reason do I have to let those who obstruct me live? He was the one who drew first blood. I simply gave him his just desserts. Yeah, that's true. You bonked your head, and so you killed him and hid him inside sherbet. Yeah, that seems fair. Eye for sherbet statue murder, is I believe how the phrase goes. The absurdity of murdering a man, abandoning your child, and fleeing the country over a fucking cooking competition. Yeah. That's maybe caring about candy a little bit too much. Maybe just a tiny bit too much. He actually said just desserts, in context. This guy. So that was his motive. Also, it's been a long time since we saved, so I'm gonna go ahead here. A delicious coffin. That would make a good murder mystery novel title. Also, hang on a moment, I need to blow my nose. I'll be right back. All right, thank you for hanging around. The case of the confectionery coffin. Tell me that wouldn't be a banger. I carried the rock salt lamp that bore my blood into Dover's room. Then I came up with a hiding place where it would not be easily found. I get it. That room contained plenty of tools for sculpting sherbet. Your deduction is spot on, Sir Attorney. It was the ideal place to shave away the rock salt. I then proceeded to coat the surface of the sherbet lyre with vast amounts of the salty mixture. But why? Why did you try to pin the crime on Monsieur Master? You are wrong to blame me for that, Lady Catherine. If not for your unnecessary meddling, Sir Master would never have been a suspect. Why do you think I hid the murder weapon in fluorescent cloth in Lady Delicia's room? There's only one reason why you'd place a murder weapon in someone else's room. You wanted to pin the crime on Delicia. Me? So just for context, that's two people who've tried to frame Delicia for murder? I feel really bad for her now. That's bad luck. Yes, that is correct. Gusty, why me? As one who sought to be the world's best confectioner, I greatly respected Sir Master. It was never my intention to cast suspicion on him. Yeah, that bowl recovery, every time she does it, I'm impressed. But an insolent woman who dared to sully the contest with fake desserts? I had no problem letting someone like you take the blame for the crime. That seems fair. Once again, you know, you falsify your desserts, you go to jail for murder. That seems fair. Reasonable, balanced, even. Proportionate. That makes me sad. If you hadn't snacked on other people's desserts, the body would never have been found. It was when Sir Master would be judging Lady Delicious' room. That's when I finally saw an opportunity to freeze the body, but before I could move the body, Lady Catherine had already discovered it. Why did you need to freeze Monsieur Dover's body? Why indeed? Monsieur Edgeworth, please tell us. This man is an actual psychopath. I mean, he's a murderer, so that was a good guess. Why would Monsieur Gustavia need to freeze the body? Mr. Gustavia intended to freeze the body in order to throw off the time of death. If the time of death had coincided with the tea party, Mr. Gustavia would have been suspected. Ha 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 ha! That is correct! Yeah, he's a bad dude. He is. You can see the fear in my eyes, can't you, Punisher? Preparations were necessary to freeze the body. While I was preparing in Dover's room, I placed the body in the treasure chest in Sir Master's room. I could think of no better hiding place at the time. I just want to point out one thing that's been bothering me for this entire case. We knew that the body was hidden inside the treasure chest, but now he said that he placed it inside the treasure chest. What this means is that Mr. Master sculpted a treasure chest completely, entirely from chocolate, and also had it have working hinges? Working hinges! I'd say it's excessive, but honestly, I'm impressed. But thanks to that gluttonous pharmacist, the lid of the chest broke. But why did you disguise him as an ice cream sculpture? Once the body was discovered, there would be no time to throw off the time of death. Yeah, working chocolate hinges. It's wild. Can't even call it unhinged. We got another foot lift there. That was cute that they had somebody else in the frame too. I love it too, the way they just completely, no one ever references it. They just play it off quietly. Once the body was discovered, there would be no time to throw off the time of death. To buy time, you needed to hide it someplace else. How horrid. How could you hide Monsieur Dover's body within one of his own works? It all would have worked out if the body hadn't been discovered while it was in Sir Master's room. If everything had gone according to plan, Sir Master would never have been arrested. So, because I discovered the body, it's my fault Monsieur Master was... Kate, don't take his word to heart. Even if suspicion hadn't fallen on Mr. Master, Miss Delicious would have taken the fall. No matter who he had targeted, the one at fault here is Mr. Gustavia himself. The detective in charge of the initial investigation was also a dunce. I think that he never reported the missing body to the prosecutor. Prosecutor von Karma indicted Mr. Master without knowing the body had vanished. I see. That would explain why he looked so flustered at the crime scene. Although, it's something that would stand out if you read the official documents. Could someone have intentionally distorted the information? Let's see, dude commits murder for the first time, but has presence of mind to do all kinds of crazy stuff to confuse the cops. And then after he kills, he's not panicking, he's thinking, how do I throw off the time of death? I suppose that just shows that he's an actual psychopath because he's, you know, able to just calm down and go, how do I conceal my murder? Years of shower thoughts coming home to roost, oh my god. I actually thought he was going for that and I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't free meddling kids. At any rate, Von Karma found out about the missing body after he had made the indictment. And if he had let one person be acquitted, he'd have a stain on his much prided perfect record. That's why he concealed the fact that the body was hidden and had Mr. Master declared guilty. What are you saying? For 18 years, that man has taken the blame for your crimes. Don't you feel anything at all? I don't care what you say. What a monster! I'm arresting him right here, right now, sir. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that will be impossible. Ha 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 ha! So you figured it out. That's correct. You have no right to sentence me. Oh, I was worried about this. What? But the culprit is standing right in front of us. Ha 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 ha! Allow me to tell you the reason why you can't arrest me. It has been 18 years since I murdered Dover. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years, is it not? In other words, it's impossible for you to arrest me. I only confessed my crime because the statute of limitations had expired. I was wondering why we didn't get a proper breakdown, because he's not that worried. Statute of limitations for murder is 15 years? Mr. Edgeworth, is there nothing we can do? As long as the statute of limitations remains, arresting you is impossible. No way! My sincerest apologies, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Neither Mr. Gustavia's testimony nor your logic can be taken as official legal proof. The verdict of the trial 18 years ago cannot be overturned. What about the fact that Mr. Dover's body was hidden? Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gustavia, this should at least earn Mr. Master a retrial. Really? I wonder about that. Overturning a verdict of the goddess of law is much harder than you think. Is the PIC trying to justify the verdict from 18 years ago? How unfortunate, Mr. Prosecutor! Is there nothing I can do? Is there no way to continue pursuing Mr. Gustavia? I think there might be a way, but we're gonna have to check. That sacred resource. Statute of limitations for dummies. Alright. Alright, so murder, 15 years, theft, 7 years. If the suspect flees to or lives in a foreign country, the time... Ooh, we do have some extenuating circumstances in here. Alright, yeah, I think we can get out of this. Yeah, the laws in this country are insane. They're terrible. Fucking destroyed! Alright. Let's press him on this first. It's possible that some of your actions 18 years ago were not affected by the statute. Ha! It's been so long, I've got nothing left to hide. Ask me anything you'd like. Very well. Could you explain to me what you did during these past 18 years? Certainly. After the contest, the medicine from the recipe book allowed me to fully cure my taste disorder. I then immediately headed to Zhongfa to train my design skills. So he wasn't seen ever since the case because he was in a foreign country. Indeed, and I'm certain that I went abroad to train. About 1 year after that case, right before Sir Master's final trial began. And thanks to my training, I am now a confectioner unparalleled in both taste and design. That is impressive, actually. You should not be proud of a position earned through the sacrifices of others. You can't bake a cake without breaking a few eggs. Sacrifices were necessary for my goal. That's horrible. Say what you will. The fact still remains that you cannot arrest me. I have to get more information out of Mr. Gustavia. Was there anything of note in his recent testimony? Yeah, there was! Could you please add the details about your training in Zhongfa to your testimony? Certainly. So how long was he in Zhongfa? This is going to be important. You trained in Zhongfa. After the incident 18 years ago, I left on a journey. I had already decided to hone my candy crafting skills in Zhongfa. Thanks to that, my design sense is incomparable to what it was in the past. He is an evil bastard that needs to go to jail, but like that's cool as hell. I don't even know how he's doing these things. Whoa, that's awesome! You may have it if you'd like. Oh, sweet. So we trained in Zhongfa. Let's see, the statute of limitations is 15 years. Oh no, we already did that one. You'll do that. Do that. Training Zhongfa, we already did that. Alright. And we'll make one more save. It's rude enough to be alive when no one wants you, Sebastian. He made a Shenron! That's glorious.
Objection!
One of the conditions regarding the statute of limitations for murder is as follows. If the suspect flees to a foreign country, the time limit is on hold until the suspect returns. The statute of limitations was suspended while you were overseas. That's right! The statute of limitations stopped while you were training in Zhongfa! Indeed. It is possible that the statute of limitations has not expired yet. Mr. Gustavia, please tell us how long you stayed in Zhongfa. It would be exactly 3 years. 3 years? Wait. Let's calmly think this over. Case occurred 18 years ago. Statute of limitations is 15 years, and he was away for 3. 15 plus 3 is exactly 18 years. I'm sure of it. Mr. Edgeworth, we did it! The statute of limitations hasn't expired yet. Exactly 18 years, you say? How amusing. So he realized. I realized too, unfortunately. Why are you laughing? The statute of limitations still applies. Okay, it's frustrating, but the case occurred in December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, the case occurred 18 years and 4 months ago. His stay abroad wasn't quite enough. We were just a few months short. Not enough? That's... Like I said, it's impossible for you to arrest me. Must have known all about this when he confessed to his crime. Prosecutor Edgeworth, it really is a shame. It was just 1 year earlier. The statute of limitations would not have run out. Those who undermine the Goddess of Law's verdict must bear the burden of their crimes. It seems you are simply incapable. This can't be the end! Safety save. So, Monsieur Gustavia really is beyond the law's reach. Kate, what are you thinking?
Objection.
If you're thinking of taking matters into your own hands, I implore you to reconsider. There still might be a way to bring this man to justice. What? Miles, remember the facts of the case 18 years ago. Just as you were mistaken earlier, it seems Mr. Gustavia has also overlooked one key detail. Overlooked? He wasn't present during Mr. Master's final trial, so he doesn't know about the outcome of the trial. There may yet be a way for you to arrest him. Miles, look over that book on the statute of limitations again. I don't need to because I already know what they're getting at. 17 years ago, Master was falsely declared guilty for a serious crime. Thanks to that verdict, we aren't out of ammunition just yet. Mr. Shields, you don't mean... Those who undermine the Goddess of Law's verdict must bear the burden of their crimes. I am Mr. Master's attorney. I can't use his suffering as a weapon in good conscience. For that reason, I leave the rest up to you. Trial my father and Von Karma battled over. Can I use that to arrest Mr. Gustavia? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes! After a safety save. Then yes! My father and Von Karma, their paths diverged. One revealed the truth, the other concealed it. The path that I choose is the one that reveals the truth. I see no further reason to prolong this trial. I hereby find Dane Gustavia not guilty.
Objection!
Overruled! Gustavia will stand in court for his crimes. Do you mean to say you have found a way to arrest Mr. Gustavia? Exactly. I'll show Judge Courtney the evidence that'll shatter the statute of limitations.
Take that!
The IS-7 case file, which page are you referring to? I guess I have to take a look. Let's see, suspect data. Suspect data. The suspect data page. At the trial, Jeffrey Master was found guilty of being an accomplice to murder. And it took 1 year to arrive at this verdict. Right, that is indeed true. This book, this children's book, which I am currently learning the law from, lists conditions of which the statute of limitations can be put on hold. The first, as I have said earlier, is if the suspect flees to a foreign country. But there's one more. If possible accomplices are on trial, the countdown is stopped until the verdict is reached. This book my child has created for me using crayon and his own beautiful imagination. Welcome in, Guy Shield. How are you doing today? What are you saying? Sir Master was found to be an accomplice? That's right. Mr. Master was sentenced after you left for your trip to Zhongfa. And he was found guilty not of being the culprit, but of being an accomplice. But it seems you didn't know that. That's absurd! Sir Master never committed any crime to begin with. You should certainly know this. Of course we do. That's why we're going to free him. To that end, we will shatter the one remaining obstacle in our way, the statute of limitations. You fled to Zhongfa for 3 years, and Jeffrey Master was being tried as an accomplice for 1 year. Put it all together, we see that the total time limit for this case is 19 years. In other words, the statute of limitations is not over for you yet. Ugh. The Goddess of Law is unerring in her judgments. However, it seems that the prosecutor at the time was not. I cannot believe it, but it seems like the case will have to be reopened. This is absurd! You cannot arrest me! For the last 18 years, an innocent man has suffered greatly in your stead. Mr. Gustavia, it's now time for you to atone for your crimes. No! I had finally earned my place as the greatest confectioner in the world. To achieve that goal, I cast everything aside, even my own son. What a shame. You can't run from your crimes any longer. Still actually pretty impressive. I'm just gonna throw that out there. We got it to break down finally! Finally! Enjoy hell, scum! Daniel Scavi has been taken into custody, sir. Yeah, so you're up next, right? Yes, I understand. Kate. Everyone, I am truly sorry for all the trouble I've caused. And thank you very much for catching Monsieur Gustavia. What you did cannot be overlooked, even if the crimes you committed were in response to a past injustice. As a prosecutor, I am terribly sorry for what happened. No, I'm only getting what I deserve, since I was the cause of all this. Kate, will you have me as your attorney? Not quite the same useless kid I was 18 years ago. I won't let him find you guilty. Aww! Oh, Monsieur Shields. Yes, thank you so much. Aww! That's a sweet little animation right there. Sorry to interrupt, but it's time to go. Yes, all right. Judge Courtney, can't help but feel that you've been dishonest with me. Dishonest? Whatever do you mean? You said that the verdict could not be overturned, but that was not the case. A reinvestigation and retrial were obviously required as soon as the missing body was found. I have no need to answer you. Maybe she doesn't intend to ever give me an answer. Prosecutor Edgeworth, the PIC has you in its sights. We will receive a report on everything you did here today, and you will most likely be required to appear before them. Now then, I shall take my leave. Hold on! Mr. Edgeworth caught the real bad guy! Didn't he do his job as a prosecutor? No matter how things turn out, I will never regret what I did here today. Mr. Edgeworth? Hey, Prosecutor Edgeworth? What is it? Why are you always sticking your nose in the cases that you're not even involved with? My duty is to reveal the truth. Not only as a prosecutor, just who I am. I don't get it. As long as you continue to think that being the best is all that matters, I doubt you ever will. Well, I don't get that either. I'm going home. What was that all about? There's much he still needs to learn. Miley! What is it? I knew Greggy's son could do it. I think I might be falling for you. Thanks for helping, Jeffy. Well, Yo, Angie! Great job solving that case! Well, I was busy drawing, so I really didn't catch all of it. Huh? Where did Katie and Justy run off to? Larice, you really weren't paying much attention at all, were you? Well, I hate to admit it, but Larry's doodles actually helped us out a few times. I should say something nice to him. I say as I save. Don't glare at me like that, I'm sorry! It was not my intent to glare at you. Hey, that patented Edgeworth glare. You just like your old man. Is that so? Well then, Uncle Ray's gonna go pay Mr. Master a visit. You guys want to tag along? I'd be happy to accompany you. Oh, me too! April 2nd, 4:56 p.m., Detention Center. Just this once, the butts didn't stink. I mean, we still did have to, he did still lie to us repeatedly. But overall, I think he helped out more than he hurt. All right. So this Jeffrey Master, what's he like? Oh, he's a real nice and gentle guy. He's still doing his best to make people happy. He actually cooks desserts for the inmates. Nowadays, all the prisoners and guards look forward to snack time at 3 o'clock. Wow, that's nice. I want to eat his desserts too. The chocolate cake we saw in the prison the other day. He was the one who made it. That's a callback. Oh, Gummy, why are you here? I heard everybody was coming to visit, so I escorted Mr. Master myself. Hello, one and all. I am Jeffrey Master. Why did they let him keep the tuxedo in prison? That's a little odd. Prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth, at your service. And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday. Oh ho, it is a pleasure to meet you all. Mr. Master, Miles is your old defense attorney's son. You mean Mr. Gregory's? My father has done so much for me. And yet, I betrayed his good faith when I made the false confession. I've heard the details from Mr. Shields. Mr. Master, I came here today to tell you everything we've learned about 18 years ago. 18 years ago? Kate committed a crime for my sake? Why would she do such a thing? Ms. Hall has been trying to prove your innocence for the past 18 years. She was willing to do whatever it took to save you. Kate, you shouldn't have gone through so much trouble for an old man who let her down. Mr. Master, I don't think you realize just how much Ms. Hall cares for you. I have something here that clearly proves the two of you share an unbreakable bond. Unbreakable bond? I think I know what this one is. I believe... Let me double check it's not something else, but I think... I mean, it could honestly be two things. But I think it's these. The badge! He looks like an Oscar with an afro. Honestly, he is a very chiseled dude. Don't think the tux ever comes off. It's just stapled on. The tux makes the man. The man makes the tux. They are one in the same.
Take that!
These chocolates. Did Kate make them? She did. They're really sweet and tasty. She's been making these chocolates for the past 18 years, so that she could give them to you whenever you returned. Kate. I'm sure they are very, very sweet. Yes, they truly are. Unfortunately, I can't give them to you now, but I can hand them over later in secret, pal. It is against the rules, but right now I don't have the authority to stop him. Oh, thank you very much. Say, you remind me of an old friend. Do you know of a Detective Bad? Of course I do! Detective Bad is my #1 role model, pal! How uncanny! Talk about fate! Mr. Master, it's looking like we'll be able to get you out soon. I can only apologize that it took 18 years to do so. Raymond, I'm the one who should be apologizing. No, that's not it. What I really should be saying is, thank you. Mr. Master, now it's my turn to wait for Kate. I'll make her favorite sweets every day until she returns. Please look after her, Raymond. You got it. The IS-7 incident, a case I inherited from my father. After 18 long years, it's finally coming to a close. Miles, thanks for today. I'm sorry for leaving that final decision to you. No, I made that decision of my own free will. Eh? What are you talking about? To arrest Gustavia, we had no choice but to use Mr. Master's false charge. To use Mr. Master's false charge, which I was originally supposed to protect him from. The attorney inside me simply could not do it. So that's how it was. But after this, Uncle Ray's gonna try and clear away that false charge as well. Yes, I understand. What? But if they find out about the false charge, they won't be able to arrest Mr. Gustavia, right? That's true. Sure is a contradiction in the law. The way the law is right now, it isn't always completely right. Contradiction in the law? Well, who knows what'll happen. The law evolves and grows, just like all of us do. Just like Uncle Ray and Miles have grown up, you know? People and the law both grow. Miles, fight crime as a prosecutor, or to save people as a defense attorney. I want you to think carefully about how you want to live your life from now on. I will. Well, if you ask Uncle Ray, you'll always be welcome down to the office. Alrighty then, looks like it's time for Uncle Ray to get going. Next time I see you, I'll be sure to thank you again. Really though, thanks for today. Mr. Shield seemed to be in a bit of a hurry. Indeed. I should be the one thanking him. I was able to face my father's last case because of him. When I was young, I wanted to become a great defense attorney like my father. However, under Prosecutor Von Karma, I learned the ways of the prosecutor. Thanks to a certain friend, I was able to discover my own path in life. However, right now, there are forces trying to take me off the prosecutor's path. Maybe now is the perfect time to think about how I should live my life. I mean, we know why Ray was in a hurry, because he's got to start the defense for Kate. Because the sooner he can get her, the charges dropped, the better. April 2nd, 7:29 p.m., Edgeworth Law Offices. Gregory. Sorry that it took so long. May have taken 18 years. Finally, you've proven Mr. Master's innocence. Miles, your son, helped me with that. The way you fought for the truth, he was just like you, Gregory. I'm still not the kind of attorney you were, but I'll forever carry on the convictions I inherited from you. And if I can, together with him. Aww. That's cute. To fight crime as a prosecutor, or to save people as a defense attorney. The path I choose is... Nope, that's the end of the case. Oh, jeez. And the next one is called Episode 4, The Forgotten Turnabout. And it looks like K in the picture there. That's interesting. Whew. The answer is ellipsis. He did stop eating paper eventually. That's good. That's growth. That's character growth right there. Oh man, that was a really good case. That's a candidate for my favorite case in the entire series. That was really good. Had a lot of emotion behind it. Had a lot of complexity without being so sprawling. It was difficult to tell what was going on. Well paced as well. Lots of characters. Some cool puzzles. I liked that one. I did. How did you folks like that one? I'm very curious. I hope you all enjoyed it. Had actual legit court law, or at least as close as Phoenix Wright universe gets to having like real stuff. We have had the sovereign territory thing come up in a different case before. Yeah, no extraterritorial rights. That was the thing. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I like that one. That one was very cool. All right. So that is the end of the episode. That's episode 3 out of 5, so there are still 2 more cases in this game. EP, that's your favorite case so far in all the games? Wow, that's awesome. I'm really glad you liked it so much. And Celestial Knight, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I had to do a lot of safety saves. There was some tears, very emotional. I appreciate a game that makes me feel my feels, though. So yeah, there's still 2 cases left in this game. You can see the episode 4 being teased right up there. However, something has come up. So, hold with me for just a moment, if you would. I would really appreciate that. I'm going to switch over here. And I'm going to turn off notifications as well, because I don't want any subs or anything interrupting this, because I got to get through this as quickly as I can, I suspect. And if anybody has any questions about this, feel free to ask in Discord later. As always, I've been putting this off for a while because, you know, I like stream to be fun and escapist and somewhere where you can just sort of relax and get away. And I like it being that, so I didn't want to bring any bad news in here. But about a month ago, I got laid off from my job of 16 years, the night shift data center job I've been working at that I always talk about. I got laid off from that. And so for the last 4 or 5 weeks, I have been unemployed. And I've been having to look for other jobs. And while I've been looking, I've been trying to keep streaming as much as I can, but things are starting to pick up there. I've got some interviews scheduled, and unfortunately, it is really difficult to get a night shift. There's not a lot of positions available, so the good news is it looks like I might be able to get a new job within the next couple weeks, but the bad news is it's going to be very different for me. It's going to be during the day shift, it's going to be different hours, and I don't really know when I'll be able to stream again. I don't want this to be the end of the stream. I'm going to do everything in my power to bring the stream back at some point. But right now, when I don't know what's going to happen with my career, I can't really say much about how things are going to happen, unfortunately. So for the moment, for today, the stream is going to go on hiatus. And I'm not sure when it's going to come back is the long and short of it. Make sure if you're on Twitch right now, make sure to hit the notification alarm below the channel. So when I do come back, you'll get notified. I'll also be posting in Discord. What I'm going to do is I'm going to post everything I'm saying right now in the announcements channel in Discord. And then I won't put anything else in announcements until I'm ready to come back. So you can get notified that way as well, if you prefer. But I do want to make this very clear. I do want to make this very, very clear to all of you, is that streaming, every time I was wrapping up stream, I would always say to everyone that, streaming is my favorite part of the week. Hanging out with all of you, showing you folks weird games, I love that. And I wasn't lying there. Streaming has been my passion for these last almost 8 years now. And so I am definitely not ready to finish. We've still got so much unfinished business. We got 2 episodes from Ace Attorney, this Ace Attorney left, and we've got another, 3 games from Ace Attorney after this we still have to get to. I never finished the Myst series. We didn't finish No More Heroes. We didn't finish the Telltale games. We didn't finish the LucasArts games. There's still so many things that I still want to do on the stream. I am not in the slightest, if I have any choice, if I have any control over this whatsoever, this will not be the last stream forever. Just the last stream for a while. I want to make that very clear. I am absolutely going to miss all of you. I'm going to miss hanging out with you. I'm going to miss streaming for all of you. I'm not going to vanish into the ether either. I'm going to be in Discord. So if anybody wants to, please feel free to join the Discord if you haven't already. Please feel free to chat with other people in the Discord. I would, I know you folks have known each other for right now. I think some people have made some friends from here, and you don't have to leave that. Stay in the Discord. I'll be there. I'll see everything. I'll still be posting there. And if anybody needs to DM me about anything, feel free to. Absolutely. Go right ahead. Get in touch with me. I'd be happy to hear from all of you. And I will let you know when I know something. Hopefully, that'll be sooner rather than later. But like I said, I just can't say at the moment. I really tried my hardest to push this off as long as possible. I was really hoping for the last couple of weeks. One of the reasons I didn't say anything the last couple of weeks is I was really hoping we'd be able to finish Ace Attorney Investigations 2. I hoped we'd be able to get through it, and then we could just stop right there, and at least, we've gotten through this, but unfortunately things are moving faster than I thought they were, and here we are. So, I gotta start working on things right away, so this is going to be the last stream for a little bit. So, I want to say one more time, I really appreciate everybody being here today, and I don't think anybody's here for the first time right now, but anybody who's been here more than once, I appreciate every single time you've been here. Anybody who's ever spoken in chat, I enjoy hearing from you. Anybody that's ever supported me financially with subs or bits, I appreciate that too. That means a lot to me.
Gain the lead.
My notifications are supposed to be off, but I guess Twitch disagrees. EP, we will always be here for you. Any changes you make to your schedule does not change our love for you. I believe you'll find a new opportunity soon. Everything happens for a reason. Thank you so much, EP. That really means a lot. And sincerely, thank you. So, like I said, remember right now to hit that notification. And the floodgates are open. Emperor, thank you for the tier 3 77-month resub. Thank you for 77 months so far, and to whatever the future brings. Emperor, I hope whatever the future brings, I'll be able to see you again in it at some point. That means a lot. Oh, so, like I said, this is goodbye for now, but hopefully not goodbye forever. I appreciate having all of you here all this time. It's meant a lot. It has been, honestly, my favorite part of the last 8 years, being able to hang out with you folks and stream for you. So, one last time for the moment, one last time until things settle down, calm down, and stabilize. Let's wrap it up one more time. Let's find somebody to take this energy and let's give them some positivity. Let's make somebody's day right now. Let's see who's streaming and who we can throw some joy at, shall we? I think that's important. Well, I'm going to check right now. I'm going to see who is streaming right now. Definitely, like I said, make sure to hit follow, hit that notification icon, and while I'm looking to see who all is live, there are some very important links you might want to take a look at if you haven't seen them yet. Number one is my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel has almost 4,500 hours of videos, so hey, if there's any streams you missed in the past, there's still plenty of stuff to watch there if you'd like. Please feel free to jump in there, enjoy yourself. There's definitely some stuff I'm proud of, some funny stuff, some exciting stuff. Some stuff that'll tug on your heartstrings a little bit. Feel free to jump in there. And also, we have a link to my Discord as well. So if you want to chat with me, if you want to chat with the community, the Discord is not going anywhere. Feel free to jump in there. We'd love to have you. And if you got any questions about all this, something I didn't answer, something you want me to see, make sure to drop it in Discord. Or send me a DM if you feel more comfortable with that. Feel free to do that. And let me take a look here. Let me see. We got a couple people live here. Let's see who we want to spend some good vibes to. I think we're gonna head over here because I don't know what he's playing, but it looks cool, and that's one of my favorite times to throw a stream over to somebody. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would be very pleased if you would join me as we go raid a good friend of the stream by the name of Fractal Mind of Mike. He is a very cool retro streamer. He focuses on big box PC games. Today he was playing some original XCOM, and right now he's playing something called Geet World, which looks like a side-scrolling platformer, which looks very interesting, so I'm eager to see how that goes. So folks, I would absolutely love it if you would join me over at Fractal Mind Mike's stream. Say hi to him, hang out for a little bit, throw him a follow if you like what he's doing. But hey, if you've got other things to do, I will just say, as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world. And until we meet again, I hope everything goes wonderful for you. Take care of yourself, folks.